When I was a kid, there was no professional women's cricket. I didn't even think that women could be professional sports people.
Especially early on, it just didn't really seem like there was a career in it.
To support myself around cricket, I had to work at the petrol garage.
I was the only girl, so I stood out.
I'd love for young girls to be able to dream about being an athlete and it to be achievable.
Thanks to the Hilton funding my contract, it's allowed me to play the game that I love all day, every day.
We're like an engine and we need to be fuelled with the right gas.
Without funding, we can't be visible. You can't be what you can't see.
As a team, it feels like we're breaking boundaries.
Thunder and Lancashire always want to put women's cricket at the forefront, and now I think that's really shining through.
It's mad to think that without the Hilton funding, like, we wouldn't be playing cricket every day, training.
Well, we could be, but we wouldn't have any money.
We wouldn't, yeah, true.
1864. We were first class then, and we're first class now. With a dream to spread cricket through Lancashire's towns, where girls and boys, with willow and leather, become more than a badge, but the red rose together.
A club where more than legends are made, but friendships, obsessions, moments replayed on our screens, in our minds, in our hearts forever. 'Cause it's who we are, our DNA, the red rose together.
Statham, Briggs, Jimmy, Freddie and Joss Chappie, Sir Clive Lloyd, Carol Hodges, Kate Cross. What a roll call. It's a hard one to measure, with future names still to be written on the red rose together.
We're all about people. It's what the red rose really means. Yeah, the ones signing autographs, but the ones behind the scenes.
Our community, grassroots, the ones that feel tethered. Whether you're from here or belong here, we're the red rose together.
And what about this place? Talk about world-class venues, internationals, gigs, events. You can choose from a menu of triumph, of disaster, of pain, or pleasure.
We've seen it all at Emirates Old Trafford, with the red rose together.
Red ball, white ball, lightning and thunder.
Have you ever sat back? Have you ever just wondered how far we've come? The storms we've weathered, or how far we'll go as the red rose together.
Hello, good morning and a warm welcome from Sedbergh School, where I'm afraid conditions are a little wet. However, it has dried up from this morning. We had quite heavy rainfall this morning, but we're not going to start on time. This is the opening game of the Metrobank One Day Cup between Lancashire and Northamptonshire. As ever, this venue is spectacular. Unfortunately, it is a little wet from time to time. The forecast is it might dry up later this afternoon. However, there are more rain showers expected between now and then, and I guess it depends on how heavy the rain is. If it's sufficient that it rains too heavy and the outfield becomes too wet, then we might struggle for play. However, we remain optimistic. We'll get some play a little bit later on in the afternoon. It will be a reduced overs game. We're not going to play 50 overs. There's no immediate suggestion of any start time, and there's just a little bit of rain in the air as well. The ground is starting to fill up. This ground for One Day Cup fixtures in the past few seasons has been really well supported. A couple of thousand people here last year watching One Day Cup cricket, and already supporters filing into the ground. So fingers crossed, those that have made the journey to Sedbergh School will be rewarded with some play. But as you can see, the blotter is in work. The ground staff are doing what they can to try and make sure that the conditions are dry and clear for a start, hopefully, at some point this afternoon. But the first game of this Metrobank One Day Cup fixture, Lancashire against Northamptonshire, it is delayed due to rain. Fingers crossed for some play a little bit later on.
The wait is over. The season is here with an all-new Lancs TV experience. Watch every six, every wicket, every lightning-fast delivery. Stream, live, all in one place. With expert commentary, exclusive behind-the-scenes access, and no paywalls. This is the Red Rose. This is Lancs TV. This is cricket.
The team that you're trying to break into, you had to be not just good, you had to be outstanding.
You played any number of one-day internationals for Australia, but only ever one test match.
I remember coming out taking guard, Heggy's up to the stumps. I said, here, you're looking for a number 4 batsman. He goes, yeah, we are, mate, but it's not you. We had standards. If we didn't maintain our standards, our level of play disappeared. But we sat in the dressing room at the end of that game, and I reckon we sat in a huddle around each other for 45 minutes before anyone got up and said anything. When I took over the captaincy at Queensland, I was very, very young, very naive, and a couple of the senior players pulled me in the line and said, it's not your team, this is our team. What can I do to leave my legacy on Australian cricket? And that was to make Queensland the strongest, most feared cricket team in the world.
Hello and welcome back to Beyond the Boundary. This is the first edition of 2025, and I'm delighted to say that I've got a former Lancashire stalwart with us from the early 2000s. Fantastic player who began as an overseas player, became a British citizen, and then obviously had qualified for England, but made his name basically in Queensland in Australia, and then for Essex before he signed for Lancashire. It's a delight to say that Stuart Law is alongside me. Stuart, welcome to Beyond the Boundary.
Cheers, Paul. Thanks for having me.
No, that's good. Let's just start at the very beginning, because Queensland was your home. Yeah. Brisbane, you went to school in Brisbane, and you dreamt of playing for Queensland, and basically it worked out as well as it could do. You became the most successful domestic captain in Australia. Yep. You scored more runs for Queensland than anybody else. Just take us back to the beginning. How did all that start?
Oh, yeah, it's pleasant memories, to be honest. 16 seasons I had with Queensland, and you know, to break into a team that had Test players in there. Alan Border was, you know, a Queensland stalwart as well. Yeah, guys like Greg Ritchie, Craig McDermott, Ian Healy. The list goes on. John Maguire. So to break into that side, Kepler Wessels is another one actually who came over for World Series cricket before he went back to South Africa, and to share a club dressing room with some of those guys as well was something else. And you know, breaking into that A-grade cricket team at Valleys, first of all at the age of 15 was, you know, I was the youngest player at the time to have played A-grade cricket, and then to break into that Queensland team. And you know, I tell a story to a lot of the young kids who they don't understand it and they don't get it. I, as a 17, 18-year-old, I scored 600s in 7 games in Brisbane grade cricket.
So first grade. First grade,
which is the premier grade. Against, you know, Test in those days, the Test players still came back and played, and the Shield players came back and played first grade cricket. So I got 600s in 7 games, and that was over just before Christmas to just after Christmas, that period. And in March, I'll get invited down to practice with Queensland. This day and age, you get 60, and you're automatically in the side for the next week. So it seemed, but they couldn't quite understand. They said, "Well, you know, why weren't you in that?" But that was the strength of the competition at the time, and that was the strength of the team that you're trying to break into. You had to be not just good; you had to be outstanding to even get recognised, and that's where it began. And you know, the first 2 years in and around that Shield group, I had the pleasure of Ian Botham came over as an overseas player in the late 80s, and I was 12th man. I was an 18-year-old on 12th man. He took me under his wing. He looked after me, which
that'd have been an education.
Well, it was. Yeah, it was definitely. Probably things we can't really go into on air as well. But to be around a man of his quality, his class, and I've got nothing but great memories from hanging around Beefy. And to be around with those players, to learn your cricket from them was something outstanding.
You mentioned Alan Border initially, and he must have been your prime mentor, I suppose, in Queensland, and with his pedigree for Australia as well. Yeah. There's a lovely little tale about you scoring your first 100 for Queensland, and AB being in the press conference with you. Yeah. And he was asked, just how good is Stuart Law?
I remember that like it was yesterday. You said mentor. I could say tormentor as well at times.
Yeah, well, he was a bit like that, AB.
And that time...
But that was good, wasn't it?
It was great. I loved it. I loved being told forthrightly, right or wrong, what I was doing. And AB wasn't shy in coming forward. And don't forget, it was a time where Australia needed a captain like Alan Border to take them out of the hole they were in and drag them forward. And he didn't stand for any messing. And he brought that back to club cricket. He brought that into Shield cricket. And as you say, he was captain of the team. I made the second game. I made 179 against Tasmania. I got out with 5 runs before we passed it was a rain-affected game. The Tasmanian first innings total to get 2 points. I got out with 5 runs to get. And at the end of the game, sitting in the press room, I think I've done a pretty good job here. His interviewer, or one of the journalists asked, we unearthed the new talent. He's shown a lot. What do you think, AB? Put his hand on my head and said, he's done it once. Let's see if he can do it again. I went, okay.
And you did.
Well, I did, not
immediately,
season, but I learned what he meant. I felt deflated for a little bit, but then I understood. It took a long time to get AB's respect.
It's interesting because going forward, you captained Queensland, obviously, and you went on to captain Lancashire as well later on. When did Alan Border's resilience and fortitude come to a head? Because he'd played for Australia in the 80s when, England beat them in the Ashes in 81 and 85, with Border playing in that team. So when did it click? Were you aware of when Border changed? Because we saw it here as opponents, but I'm not quite sure when it actually happened.
It was quite evident because you wouldn't have seen a lot of the series that Australia played against the West Indies as well. And Alan Border, the stories go in the West Indies, the big fast bowling ranks they had, the Holdings, the Garners, Marshalls, etc. Yeah. That's when he stood up. AB, and there was a test match where Australia lost the game comfortably, but he got 98 and 103 not out in the same test, and all of a sudden everyone said, right, this is our leader. We must follow what this guy does and what he says. And from that, AB didn't like the media, didn't like the limelight. He just liked getting in, getting his hands dirty and doing his job. And once he started doing that and people followed him, he thought he still didn't like the limelight. And beggars belief how he went into TV after his playing career finished, but he grew as a leader, but he grew from doing. He led from the front on the field. He had such high standards, and he expected you to maintain those standards.
Did that rub off on you? That approach?
I tell you, when
because you were a man who spoke his mind, and you were uncompromising, I think, in the way you approach the game, both from a personal point of view.
Yeah, you take bits and pieces from people you've been around, and you see the guys who've done it really well and the guys who haven't, and you try not to do what the guys who haven't done well. You try not to do what they do a lot of. You're always going to make mistakes and tend to go down that way, but you also pick pieces out of the guys who are really successful. Now, Alan Border was just one. He just, as I said before, he had standards. And you've got to pick a standard, you've got to create standards as well, and you've got to maintain them. And there's only one person who can really maintain that standard. It's not the coach, it's not the manager, it's not the CEO, it's the captain. Yeah. The captain's got to be forthright in what he says. I was nicknamed Captain Grumpy as well as Alan Border was, but it wasn't because I was grumpy. It's just we had standards. If we didn't maintain our standards, our level of play disappeared, and we didn't want that. We wanted to be, when I took over the captaincy of Queensland, I was very, very young, very naive, and a couple of the senior players pulled me in the line and said, it's not your team, this is our team, so don't forget that, because I always said my team is doing this. So lesson one learned. But we created these standards, and I was the one who maintained it. If it wasn't done, we might not have been as successful.
Well, you were successful. 5 Sheffield Shields you won, didn't you?
Yeah, did, yeah.
Which was phenomenal.
Still to this day, I don't think there's not been a team who've been as dominant in a period of time in modern day Sheffield Shield history.
Yeah.
New South Wales will always say that back in the day they used to win it for fun, but it was first past the post. But since the inception of finals and whatever, Queensland have been probably one of the most dominant of the modern day era.
So you were captain. There were some phenomenal years scoring runs as well. You played any number of one-day internationals for Australia, but only ever one Test match. I mean, does that rankle? You 54 not out against Sri Lanka in Perth, and that's it. That was the end of it.
Thanks for coming. Yeah.
Yeah. Were you just? Were you a victim of time and of the time, the fact that the wars were there and Boone and border to a degree, whatever.
What I've come to, it took me a while to, but what I've come to realise now is that I wasn't knocking out a player if I got into that Australian team. I was knocking out a legend. And to knock out legends, you've got to be exceptionally good. At times, reflecting back now, when the opportunity was to get selected, I probably wasn't scoring as heavily as I had been. And that's down to me. That's on my shoulders. But the one thing, Trevor Holmes was the chairman of selectors, good friend. He was my first ever Queensland captain, so he and I were, pretty close mates. And I'll never forget when he picked me from the first test. He said, "Congratulations, you're going to play. You're going to bat at 6. Make it very difficult for us to drop you." I said, "Okay, no problem." Australia, we won the Test match inside 5 days, inside 4 days. I took a catch. I didn't drop any. Didn't misfield any. Made 54 not out with a bat and never picked again. And I remember picking up the phone to Trevor and saying, "Hey," the first response was, "What do you want?" Well, this is what you told me. And David Boone was always going to retire at the end of that series.
Yeah.
So Trevor came out and said, "Right, you're going to be the next cab off the rank. Boone's retiring at the end of the summer, so be prepared to take over." And here I am still waiting for the phone call.
Well, what happened in the interim? I can't remember who would have
Greg
come
Blewett
in.
was around.
Bluey, yeah.
Matthew
he didn't establish himself, did he? And
no, he didn't.
Bluey, he played a fair bit, but
but it was well liked within the group,
Yeah.
and that's part of it as well.
Matty Elliott, left-hander, wasn't he? Left-hander.
Great player, And then you had guys like Jamie Siddons who never played, Jamie Cox never played for Australia. So, I got to the stage where I thought, okay, it's not going to happen. What can I do to leave my legacy on Australian cricket? And that was to make Queensland the strongest, most feared cricket team in the world. And we took on back in those days. We played the touring international team before the first test, and we always played them either at the Gabba or at Allan Border Field. And the instructions were, don't give them any practice. So win the toss and try and bat for 4 days. And I said, no, we're going to beat them. Which Trevor Holmes said to me, no, you're disrespecting Australian cricket. No, mate, we're going to beat them. And we often did beat the touring team. And I'd cop a phone call or hauled over the coals for not following, the Australian team's protocol and whatever. And I said, mate, how do you think they feel? They've just been beaten by little Queensland. They're about to face Australia. They're feeling this big. I'm going to keep doing what we're doing. I think we're going all right.
I'd like to think you were right, to be perfectly honest. Inflict a defeat on a touring team. In those days when defeats still matter, obviously, but it in the build-up to a test series.
And particularly the first test.
Good attitude, dead right. Yeah. So you had a wonderful time playing for Queensland. When did the urge come around to come to England and play county cricket, or was it more a sort of it was a well-trodden path in those days?
It was.
As long as you could be available, basically.
Yeah, and we grew up. I as a kid growing up, watching the Ashes series from England. So you'd sneak down and watch it on the TV, and sometimes your old man would come down and say, "What are you doing down here?" "I'm just watching the cricket." And he'd sit down for you for a couple of hours, and that's really triggered the love of English cricket, and listening to the stories of guys who've gone over to play league cricket, county cricket.
AB played at
Allan
Essex,
Border
of
played
course.
at Essex, yeah.
So I was wondering where the Essex connection came.
He and Graham Gooch are good mates, and Goochie just you know, on the off chance spoke to AB and said, look, we're looking for an overseas player. Mark Waugh had announced he wasn't going to go back. Gooch asked AB who he thought. AB put my name forward. And I'll never forget the phone call he gave me. He goes, right, mate, expect a call from the Essex captain. Graham Gooch has called me. I've put your name forward. I said, oh, mate, that's brilliant. Thanks very much. He goes, don't let me down. That's all he said. And I went, right, okay. So I went into Essex, and it came about. It came down to me and Brian McMillan from South Africa.
Yeah, yeah.
Right, they were looking for an all-rounder. I said, well, you're looking for barking up the wrong tree here, mate. I'm nowhere near Brian McMillan's standard as a bowler.
Oh, you bowled a bit, but not quite like...
Well, put it this way.
No.
If I had to face me for a living, I would have been happy. So I remember talking to Paul Pritchard, and Paul Pritchard and I are still very close. And he just said, we want you to consider coming and play for Essex. I said, it'd be an honour. That's all I said. You know, I don't know what Brian McMillan said, but it'd be an honour. I'd love to come and play. And Pritch, do you want to talk about money? He said, no, doesn't matter, mate. I just want to come and play for Essex. I want to play for Essex, knowing that AB is still barking in my ear. It's ringing loud and clear. And I turned up, and for the first month and a half, I never realised how tough county cricket was. You go to bed with your pads on, you know, every day rolls into the next one. You know? So it was a great learning curve for me. And moments, I spent 6 years down at Essex, moments I cherished down there. We had some great times on the field, great times off the field. Still really close with a lot of the players that we played with. And it was just...
You won a couple of one-day
we did,
and
we won.
NatWest.
We got to three finals, won two of them.
Yeah.
Won the NatWest the second year and the Benson Hedges the following year. So we've had some success, and they were great fun those days.
During your early time at Essex, were you still... did you still have the thoughts of playing international cricket, in Test cricket? I mean,
yeah.
And did that drive you the way you performed for Essex in first class cricket here? Did that continue to drive you?
It did. And remember in those days, we're talking mid '90s. Same thing. If the England players weren't playing international cricket, they were playing county cricket.
Yeah.
So if you're turning up against Yorkshire, you've got 4 high-quality fast bowlers steaming in at you in county cricket. I remember coming in, you got the likes of Peter Martin, Glenn Chappell, Mike Watkinson. They had a few overseas bowlers as well. Wasn't Akram and
Murali. Yeah.
So every time you came up against the county in those days, you're playing against a Test lineup basically, and that drove me. That was my Test match.
Yeah.
And going back, I remember, having a couple of seasons at Essex where I'd score, 1,800 championship runs and, 1,200 in the white ball formats, etc. And going back to Trevor Haynes no, it doesn't matter. County cricket doesn't count. And I've gone, okay, well, I'm doing it in England.
Yeah.
Where Australia are touring very soon. Can you please keep an eye on it? He goes, yeah. And that didn't work for me. It worked for Justin Langer.
Is he not your best mate, Trevor Haynes?
Well, he was the agent for Kookaburra as well, my sponsor. So right. I spent a lot of time with him. Maybe that was the problem.
So you say you had 6 years at Essex. You loved it. You won a couple of trophies. Was there a bit of a falling out, or did you just come to Lancashire because you fancied a change?
Well, having married a girl from Lancashire as well, she was coming home. I played league cricket up here for Littleborough in the Central Lancashire League back in the early 90s. And I remember every opportunity coming down to here, whether it be a championship match, a Sunday league game, a Test match. And I just loved the fact that Old Trafford, it was special. The ground was something special. I remember watching it from back home in Australia in the Ashes. And I thought one day it'd be nice. Be nice to play there, and I had the opportunity. I remember doing my my interview out in the cricket ground against Murali Durham was playing, and Warren Hegg was the captain, and it was just when John Crawley was going to move to Hampshire.
Oh yeah. And
I remember coming out taking guard. Heggy's up to the stumps. I said, "Hey, you're looking for a number 4 batsman?" And he goes, "Yeah, we are, mate, but it's not you." And I went, "Okay, no problem." Just joking.
Well, he would say that, wouldn't he?
Yeah. And then, 300s later, he goes, "Okay, we might need to have a chat."
You got 200s in the first class game and 100 in the was it a Sunday game?
Sunday league game, yeah. 2 not out hundreds. But yeah, it
well, that might have just tipped the balance a little bit. Then.
It did, particularly the Fosters after the second 100 was quite nice in the dressing room. But
wasn't there an irony there that Bob Simpson was coach, was he at the time, for Lancashire, and he didn't rate you. He didn't rate you as a player of spin.
Didn't rate me a player. I was from Queensland. He was from New South Wales. And he did. He came up towards. He goes, "Oh, you got really good footwork against spin." I never noticed. I said, "You never watched." You know, so it was. It was nice. It was quite ironic. But you mentioned a fallout at Essex. I to this day, I didn't. I didn't. Fall out.
I don't know whether there was,
but people have said this in the past as well. You know, you fell out with everyone. I said, I never fell out with anyone really. People wanted me to go. And that's not falling out. No, that's just a rite of passage. People,
you move on, don't you?
The membership wanted me to be captain down there. I didn't want to be captain. I only wanted to play cricket, enjoy myself, to get away from the stress.
Were you still captain at Queensland?
I was. Yeah.
So you to do it 12 months a year is tough.
I wanted a break and just come and play cricket and try and score as many runs as I can. Take the young kids under my wing and make them as good as they can be. That's all I wanted to do. And some people didn't like me getting too big in the membership. The membership loved me. They wanted me to take over, and I thought, geez, I don't need this. And that's where it all came about. They wanted me to move. I had the opportunity. I grabbed it.
Yeah, and Lancashire in the early 2000s, that period you were with the Red Rose County, 7 years you had a pretty good side. And yet, we didn't win anything.
No, crazy, wasn't it?
I mean, how?
Well, my biggest bugbear of county cricket, never won a championship. To me, the 4-day game, like Test cricket, is probably the toughest format to win. Never won a championship, but here, I remember we came second a number of times to Sussex, and they'd beaten us. One year was by 5 points, another year was by 15 points, and throughout the year we'd lost 1,000 overs here, and they'd lost 200 down by the sea. And I remember mentioning this, and Chris Adams got really upset. So, we're just a better team than you. I said, no problem, mate. But I reckon in 1,000 overs we could have picked up 5 or 10 points, mate. We were pretty good. So we can sit here and blame the weather. I'll never forget the last game of the season against Surrey, where we had to chase 484 in the last.
I was commentating on that for Sky, and that was. You were so close. What did you lose? 25 runs?
24 short 24. We were, yeah. And that was heartbreaking, to get that close. I remember we were into Mark Butcher as well before the declaration. Come on, mate. You don't want the Sussex team to win. He goes, yeah, but I don't want you to chase down 400 plus. That'd look bad on me. But yeah, losing by 24, I remember I played a dumb shot in the second innings to get out to Jade Dernbeck. And that just left Corky to try and do the job at the back end, and just too much. But what a game of cricket. VVS Laxman played in that game.
VVS he got a big 100, didn't he?
He got 100 in the second innings. Yeah. He got 70 in the first, he got 100 in the second. And after the first innings, chasing the big total, he said, I must bat 3 and I'll get 100. So he batted 3 and got 100. And I just thought, well, it was a moment where you batted with him and he made you feel about that big. It was just so good. It was just a shame. That was probably the best game of cricket that I've ever played in, with coming out on the wrong side and with so much at stake. Was just heartbreaking.
I remember interviewing Chile at the end, and he was in tears. I mean, the emotion that was coursing through everybody at that time. Me as a former Lancashire player and then commentating, I was choked as well.
But we sat in the dressing room at the end of that game, and I reckon we sat in a huddle around each other in the away dressing room for 45 minutes before anyone got up and said anything. You just couldn't. No. You couldn't move, and heads were only looking at floors. And eventually, you got up and said, "Look, boys, that's one of the best games we've ever played. Yes, we didn't win, but don't walk out of here feeling down." Up. No one
couldn't have done any more. Could you?
There's a reason. There's a reason that no one chases 400 in last innings of a game. It's difficult. Not many people do it. It's difficult. So.
Some fantastic players alongside you in Lancashire history, but you had Warren Hegg as captain for a time. You had Glenn Chappell, Andrew Flintoff. Yep. Who of those really stands out for you? or is it all of them really?
Well, look, they're all special in their own right. You know, Glenn Chappell probably the best fast medium seamer of England.
How did he never play?
To never played, you know. I know he got opportunities towards the back end, but you know, probably not enough opportunities. No. He deserved something. He was quick. Yeah. On his day, he was very sneaky fast.
Slippery. Yeah. Did stuff, knew exactly what he was doing.
High skill, repetitive, beautiful action, what have you. Freddie stands out because of his exploits with England. Yeah. But I tell you what, he came back and he gave 1,000% for Lancashire every time he played as well, which you really sit up and you take notice of. You know, and there's the unsung heroes of, you know, like the young kids coming through, the Tom Smiths, the, you know, Kyle Hoggs.
Gary Keady got a load of wickets, didn't he?
Keady there's another one, should have played for England, could have played for England. Yeah. You know, you got Stephen Croft, who's just finished now, who came at the start, you know.
Jimmy, you were around when Jimmy started.
I played in his debut, Jimmy, and he bowled to Jamie Cox. I don't know if that was his first game or early on in his career, and Cox, he just, you know, he faced the fastest bowlers in Australia week in, week out, and he just said, geez, you've got something special here.
He was slippery.
He was quick in his young days.
He was.
He nearly got ruined by the system, but thank goodness he listened to his body and his mind.
Yeah, he did. He had a year and a bit out, didn't he, with that back that. Yeah. And then came back to do what he's done. The great, fantastic. I was looking through some of your scoring feats were phenomenal. 2003 especially. You got 700, you got 1,800 runs, average 90 odd. Yep. And I was looking through the scorecards. I couldn't believe the batting lineup because he coming in after you was Carl Hooper, for goodness' sake, and he scored runs for a laugh as well, didn't he?
Or there was 2 games in a row where we played Warwickshire, and then we came here and played Middlesex. Both times we scored over 500, maybe 600.
Yeah, 700 in one game.
700 in one game, okay. And the top 4 of the top 6 got hundreds.
Chile got 100 a couple of times.
Yeah, Chile, myself, Mel Lloyd.
Yeah, Hoops. That's right. Yeah.
And we did it twice in a row, just to prove it wasn't a fluke. But yeah, Carl Hooper coming in. Great story about Hoops playing Durham, chasing down a total, and Cork's batting with Hoops at the time, and they're holding back Gareth Breeze because they know Hoops just murders off spin, and he gets to about 23 runs to win, and Corky's on strike, mid-wicket conference. Hoops says, "Give me a single." I finished the game. Cork got the single. Next 4 balls went for 6.
Fantastic.
And to have that guy in your dressing room, he was such a cool customer, even when he played international cricket.
Cool Carl.
But to have him around was just unbelievably good, and you know, a real calming influence on the group, and high quality skill.
You were into your 30s by then, really, weren't you? And you decided that you wanted to become a UK citizen, and got that in 2005, was it?
I think
it
was. It was leading up to the 2005 series. Yeah.
Yeah, and you were, I think, 36, and the question was then asked because you were churning out all these runs, averaging way over 50 into the 70s, 80s, 90s in individual years. The question was asked, well, would you play for England? And you, whether you were joking or not, you said, well, I'm not going to discount it.
Yeah, I had a real hard think about it.
Yeah.
And I was growing up, you hear people talk, players talk, when they get to 30 plus, the game speeds up and you slow down.
Yeah.
And I reckon I was probably just past being able to be good at that level. I was okay down here, but to go to that level, I reckon I was probably, as you say, 36, that's probably a couple of years too old to be really successful. And to, you know, perform the way that England wanted you to perform. I remember getting a tap on the shoulder, might have been a phone call, I can't remember.
Well, David Graveney was quoted.
Yep.
A few go on, I'll let you go.
So Grav, and then Dusty Miller as well. He was the chairman of selectors. Grav was on the panel. Grav spoke to me and asked me the question flat out. Dusty called me and asked me the question flat out. And I said, look, give me time to think. So I did what all good Australian boys do, and he rang my old man, my father. And I said, what do you think? And he said, oh, mate, what a great opportunity that'd be, but I'll never be able to talk to you again. And I went, okay, well, fair enough. And then I sat down and I went, you know what? I've represented Australia. England have always been, you know, the enemy. To then jump sides, I don't think I could wake up and look at myself in the mirror. And it wasn't nothing against England, nothing against, you know, the opportunity. I was flattered that they even considered, you know, asking me. And it just so happened to be before the 2005 Ashes. So silly me pulls out. You know, could have been one of the greatest stories of all time. But you know, the flip side of that, if it wasn't me, for me not being there, Kevin Peterson came in and did what he did, and that was probably a far better choice.
And they dropped poor old Thorpe as well, hadn't they? Because Thorpe came out and Peterson came in. So.
Yeah. So it was flattering, but I never really committed to going there. I became English here. So we could get another overseas player.
Good. I like that from Lancashire point of view. But what kept you so interested, so motivated to keep churning out these runs? I mean, you finished with over 27,000 runs, averaging 50, which is a phenomenal record in first class cricket. But what kept you going till you were 38, 39 years of age? You captained Lancashire in your final season here as well. Yeah.
The one thing that kept me going, and it really triggered me from a young age, missing out on selection at a young age, missing out on selection throughout my Shield career, and then continuing to miss out on selection. It just had to prove people wrong. And every time, you know, the season would start, someone from back home would say, oh, he's done, he won't do it, he won't do it again over there, and just to go, yes, I will. And that drove me. I always loved people putting me down. Not level of disrespect, but I didn't mind that because it gave me fight. And most days, and some players around the counties, I apologise. If I was feeling flat, walking out to bat, I felt I had to pick a fight. And I always looked at someone, if they stared back and said, you know, engage in conversation.
What are you looking at?
And then all of a sudden, my juices started flowing. I was ready. I was back in. And then at the end of the day, I'd walk up to the player and I'd say, I'm sorry, mate. I just needed to pick on someone to get myself up. And he goes, oh, yeah, thanks. You know, I did it to Mel Lloyd once when he was playing for Northampton. And Mel and I laugh about it. Well, we laugh about it now. But I had to pick a fight because, as I said earlier, you know, county cricket, it's tough mentally because you're playing tired 90% of the time. And some days you just turn up and you're so flat, you just got nothing in the tank. You need something to spark you, and that was it. You know, and then that triggered me to continue to do well, just to prove people wrong that I was good enough to play the game.
You said earlier that when you came here, you liked the feel of the place, the ground, the history, the legacy of this ground and Lancashire and the Test matches that have got. Did it disappoint in any way, or was it really fantastic? No. I used to love at the end of a day's play, the old dressing rooms. You go into the members' bar, and you'd sit around. We had beers, so you're either talking to the umpires, you're either talking to fans or members, you're talking to the opposition. And then all of a sudden you get the guys on the board come down, and you got Jack Simmons, you got Clive Lloyd, and they're coming in, and I just went, wow, this is what a cricket family to me is all about. It's about the old with the new. It's about sharing ideas, mixing, listening to stories, because we were always told, respect your elders. The guys who've been before you have done it. They've been through exactly what you've been through, probably more. You can still learn from them. Just don't fob it off. Give them the time of day, and bring that in, and then use it to your advantage out there. And I found that everything here just gave that and more. It was steeped in tradition, the history of the ground. As an Aussie walking out, a place where Don Bradman, has come out and scored Test hundreds, to do the same as him, walk the same journey, something pretty special. That's really good to hear you say that. I think times moved on. I don't think times are quite the same as they used to be. No, they should be. Yeah, but I don't think they are. Is that sort of that way of behaving and absorbing the interest of the game, has that followed you through into your coaching? Because you've been, ever since you stopped playing, you've been coaching for the last 12, 15 years or so. And all around the world, in the West Indies, Bangladesh and Sri Lanka and wherever else, the USA. So is that part of your philosophy as a coach?
It comes down to respect, and to go into another culture. You know, if you're a white man going into an Asian culture or a West Indian culture, you've got to buy into that culture. You can't do anything else. So it's like me coming from Australia to play for a county over here, whether it be Essex or Lancashire. You've got to buy into that culture. You've got to embrace that culture to make it work. You've got to become part of it. So everywhere I've gone, I've tried to do that. You know, Bangladesh, you mentioned, people say it's one of the worst places to go. I disagree. I think right now it's one of the best. There's so much to do there now compared to what it was 10, 15 years ago. Yes, their culture is still very much, in your face, but you embrace it. You embrace it. And you get through
would
it
expect that though if you're visiting another country, wouldn't you?
Well, you have to, yeah. And it's like, Coach just recently coached the USA. We tried to bring in the American side of things, so make it more American. So we need to get interested in following baseball, following the NFL, following, ice hockey, the NBA, etc. And that's what, because we want them to enjoy our game. Yeah.
You had a successful time with America in the T20 World Cup.
Yeah, we did. We demolished a few teams there, mate. It was great. To beat Pakistan in that second game in the Super Over was outstanding, and it was great. We didn't do elaborate plans because we thought under extreme pressure those plans are out the window and we're just going to be fighting against ourselves. So we came up with just a very basic, simple plan, and the boys followed it to a T. And when we followed it, when we believed it, it really worked. And you could see Pakistan, we just didn't shake. They couldn't shake us. And they were getting more and more agitated, sitting on the sidelines. We were sitting in the dugout, and there was no barrier between the teams. But we were sitting here, and they had to walk through our dugout to get to the dressing room. And every time they walked through, they were trying to chirp us. They were trying to. It was just brilliant the way that we went about it. And we were water off a duck's back because we're not supposed to be there.
No.
So we're rubbish. You're supposed to wipe the floor with us, and to go out and beat them, and then nearly beat India.
Yeah,
that would have been
amazing,
unbelievable. Yeah.
Is there a big future for the game in America? Do you think?
Yeah, I think there is. I think there is. A few things need to change, but the amount of talent that's coming through now, and yes, there are ex nations moving there to play cricket, but there's also the guys that have already been there for a long time. Players now coming through the ranks have been born and bred in the US. Okay, they might have been to Indian or Pakistani families, but they're born and bred in the US, so they've got US in their blood, and they're coming through and they're good. They're going to be real good if they have the right. At the top, it's got to be pretty. They've got to work out a way how they can work with the whole association. Now, the USA is a big place, and to get around to
difficult
identify all the talent, it is extremely hard. But once they can work that out, get an infrastructure. It might not be first class cricket. It might be these little tournaments that they play, and then come together for a national, once maybe twice a year. The talent comes through. The Major League over there is doing great things. The Major League Cricket T20 franchise system that's promoting great cricket. Some great names playing it from overseas, bringing that knowledge and helping the youngsters get better.
What does the future hold then for Stuart Law?
Open to offers, mate.
I was going to say, I mean, Major League Cricket, or do you take an interest in the franchise system that's around the world, the T20 leagues that are springing up or have sprung up over the past 2 or 3, 4 years?
I've dipped my toes in that in the past. It's a matter of timing now. My departure from USA was probably not great timing for a coach because the Southern Hemisphere, season's up and running, and Northern Hemisphere, it's down tools for a couple of months. So I'm hoping that things will pick up. I've expressed an interest that I'm still keen to, and I don't need to be a head coach. I've had enough headaches. I've had enough stress. I like getting my hands dirty when I coach. I like the one-on-one interaction with players. And hopefully there is something out there for me. But on the flip side, I'm going out to spend time in a cricket academy. An Aussie guy does a cricket academy out in India. I'm going to go and spend some time with him and find out how it all operates and we might even look to join forces to develop one back in Queensland.
Good man. I can't let you go though just yet. Got to put you on the spot. You played for the best part of 20 years in Australia and here. You played a degree of one-day international cricket. Who, in all that time, was the best player you played with or against?
It's a common question. I've been lucky enough to play against some of the best, played with some of the best. But he's a mate of mine, and I can't go past him. There's just so many times that it looks like he's taken the mickey out of you. Darren Lehman.
Oh, right. Good shout.
Darren Lehman was probably a batsman in first-class cricket, which he stood head and shoulders above everybody. And not because of he wasn't pretty,
no,
but he just scored runs. And
Good
there was one day, can I tell the story?
Yeah,
there was one day, Queensland playing South Australia. He was captain of South Australia, I was captain of Queensland. And he was batting. And we had, Carl Rackerman, Craig McDermott, Michael Kastrovic in our bowling attack.
Three half decent.
Yeah. All right.
Yeah.
On a Gabba green top.
Yeah.
And he peeled off 180 in no time. And it got to a stage where every time there was a gap created, he hit the ball through it.
Taking the mickey, was it?
And then a player went somewhere else and he hit the ball where the player went.
Yeah.
And I remember stopping the game and I walked up to him and said, mate, are you doing this on purpose or are you just having a lucky day? And he goes, well, move another one, we'll find out.
Oh, good boy.
So I thought, right, okay. So I took first slip out.
Yeah.
Had second slip, third slip, fourth slip. Put first slip somewhere else. Hit it straight through first slip for 4. I went, okay.
It's good enough for me.
Hands down, I went, that's
good.
A genius, absolute genius. And, played the game in the right spirit. Always played to win. Always had a good time on the field and off the field. And he's a good mate. So he was up there with one of the best I've ever played with and against.
Stewie, thanks for chatting to us. It's been a wonderful half hour or so, longer actually. I think we've been going on. Great to hear you, and all the best for the future.
Cheers, Walt. Thanks, mate. Thanks for having me.
Two names rich in history. Bartons, our family-run business with over 100 years of experience in drinks distribution, and Lancashire Cricket, a club drenched in tradition, heritage and globally recognised moments. Since 1917, Bartons has been supplying the finest wines, soft drinks and premium beverages across the UK, partnering with world-class brands to bring unforgettable experiences to every occasion. Now, we're excited to announce we will be bringing that same passion to cricket fans at Emirates Old Trafford. As the official wine, spirits and soft drinks partner of Lancashire Cricket, we're elevating matchday experiences, hospitality and celebrations across the next 3 years. From the first ball to the final cheers, Bartons is here to make every moment one to savour. Keep an eye out for some familiar brands such as Guinness, Celavino, VK Hooch and Britvic. Bartons and Lancashire Cricket, partnership built on passion, unforgettable moments and history.
L is for the way you look at me. O is for the only one I see. V is very, very extraordinary.
Welcome to the opening day. Oh, that is a wonderful shot.
This is a call for hungry dreamers and hard-working self-believers. Success is down to more than just luck and talent. It's striving to be the best, breaking the boundaries and never giving up. Are you ready to become your best self? Are you ready to unlock your greatness? So what are you waiting for? This is Education Evolved. This is UA 92.
When I was a kid, there was no professional women's cricket. I didn't even think that women could be professional sports people.
Especially early on, it just didn't really seem like there was a career in it.
To support myself around cricket, I had to work at the petrol garage.
I was the only girl, so I stood out.
I'd love for young girls to be able to dream about being an athlete and it to be achievable.
Thanks to the Hilton funding my contract, it's allowed me to play the game that I love all day, every day.
We're like an engine and we need to be fuelled with the right gas.
Without funding, we can't be visible. You can't be what you can't see.
As a team, it feels like we're breaking boundaries.
Thunder and Lancashire always want to put women's cricket at the forefront, and now I think that's really shining through.
It's mad to think that without the Hilton funding, like, we wouldn't be playing cricket every day, training.
Well, we could be, but we wouldn't have any money.
We wouldn't, yeah, true.
I never really considered playing anywhere else. And, you know, I'm quite happy to go on camera now and say that the schedule for 2023 is unacceptable.
It would be fair to say that your career wasn't smooth.
I think I care about the club. The club's been very good to me.
Was that a conscious decision to go then, or was that in some way forced upon you?
It's a good question, isn't it? I thought that might come up.
Did it take you by surprise, the enormity of the role and the scope of it?
You feel like you can put your points across and it never gets listened to, and who are the chief decision makers around how we try and move forward?
Do you get frustrated, the fact that your job here is to promote Lancashire cricket in spite of the ECB demands on you?
I think one of the things I battled my whole career was belief, really.
Welcome along to our studio high up in the Player and Media Centre at Emirates Old Trafford for another edition of Beyond the Boundary. I'm delighted to say that this time I've got alongside me Mark Chilton, who has been associated with the club now since the late 90s as a player, opening batsman, captain for 2 or 3 seasons through the early 2000s, and in various coaching capacities over his time at the club. And he's now Director of Cricket Performance. Welcome along, Mark. It's good to have you along.
Thanks, Paul.
You were born in Sheffield. I didn't realise that. You keep that one quiet. But your formative years were spent no more than 5 miles away down the road at Sale.
That's right. Yeah. Not my choice to be born over there, but yeah, Mum and Dad was working over there at the time, so. And came to Sale when I was 1, which is just down the road, as you say. So I've never been a million miles away from this place, and I suppose it all started at quite an early age, just down the road on the streets of Sale.
So closely tied to Emirates Old Trafford, or Old Trafford as it was in those days. You were educated at Manchester Grammar, and that probably formed the earliest link with Lancashire Cricket Club at that time.
Yeah, that's right. I mean, you may or may not know that Manchester Grammar was part of the old Lancashire boundary. Well, this is always my understanding of it. And that gave us a route into Lancashire cricket. So as much as Sale is a Cheshire postcode, and I did represent Cheshire at a couple of year groups because it went out of the school system. Obviously back in the day it was Lancashire schools, and therefore if you were associated to a Lancashire school, even one that was within the old Lancashire boundary, we had ways of getting involved. And obviously David Moss, who still works with us, to be fair, was my cricket master at Manchester Grammar, and he was the person who essentially really drove that process and got me into the trial system. I remember going to Bolton School for the trial for under 13s, I think it was, so quite quickly after I'd started at Manchester Grammar, and yeah, got into that team many years ago.
You got into that age group system then. Who were your contemporaries?
Yeah, so well, interestingly, I'm the same year in age as Phil Neville. So at that age group, Phil was already pretty well established. There'd been a Lancashire Schools under-11s team which I hadn't been part of. So Phil was comfortably the best player, and I ended up opening the batting with him during that season. Andrew Flintoff came on the scene quite quickly. Really, he was involved at Lancashire under-11s as well. So he obviously was a very promising young player as well, and he would play a year up. So he was in that team a little bit as well. So yeah, no, it was interesting. I mean, Phil was an excellent cricketer. You know,
would he have made it, do you think?
Well, on the evidence,
mean, we're getting that.
Yeah, I mean, on the evidence we had, yeah, comfortably, really. I mean, he was sort of streets ahead of a lot of us at that age, really. I mean, physically he was quite well developed, and he was strong and he was quick. I think he carried on playing for a couple of years, didn't he? But even by the time he finished at 15s, he was still a very, very good player. So he was outscoring me on a regular basis, and I suppose I was doing all right. He bowled quite quick at that age as well. I mean, I know he didn't. I don't know whether he'd have developed into an effective seamer, but he certainly had real potential with the bat. Yeah.
From a personal point of view, then, being fortunate enough and bright enough to go to Manchester Grammar, and to be good enough to represent Lancashire Schools, there was a balance, presumably, between maintaining a sporting enthusiasm and your academic qualities and skills. Where did that sit? Were your parents very involved with that, making sure that you had a good grounding in education? Did that come from school as well?
I never felt any pressure from any of that, really. I just think I had very supportive parents, regardless of what I wanted to do. I played a lot of football when I was a kid as well, and really up to the age of about 16, football would have been my #1 sport. So, you know, balancing football, cricket and academic in that day was fairly normal. Lots of people did it. Manchester Grammar was a fabulous place to do that, and you know, you got such good quality teaching and great support around all of it that it never really, I never felt like I was picking and choosing. I never sacrificed any sport for my studies. You just learn probably from an early age that, you know, you had to be reasonably time efficient and make sure you didn't, you know, waste too much time. But I got so much pleasure out of playing sport that I never saw that as a chore. I never saw training for sport as a chore. And you just try and do as well as you can at your academic stuff as you go along, really. So I just had a lot of people who were very supportive of that process. And I mean, David to this day was you know, he was instrumental in helping that support sort of happen through those years, really.
It was good balanced grounding then. You took the university route out of school. Was there ever a thought that you were good enough or could come straight to Lancashire from school?
Yeah, it's an interesting question. I think at the time, no. You know, I think one of the things I battled my whole career was belief. Really, is believing that you're good enough to actually be there. And certainly at that time at that age, 17 or 18, I knew I was good because you in comparison to your peers, you were performing well, but it certainly wasn't nailed on for me at all. And I think the two key instances really, the under-19 cricket festival in Cambridge, which you'll probably remember. You ran for many years, and all the counties would go down there. John Stanworth was the coach of that team. David was the manager. John Stanworth was the coach, and I had a really strong week down there on quite difficult pitches. And I suppose I felt like I played at a good level there. You know, I knew who my contemporaries were nationwide, and I was competing with them, I suppose. And I think on the back of that, John certainly thought, right, we might have something here, and I think it sort of played out where John probably recommended me higher up then. But by that stage, I was already geared to go to Durham Uni, so really hadn't really given it much of a thought.
It's an interesting one because, of course, at that time there was no academy, so there was no. It was straight out of the school system. Yeah. And if you were good enough, and there were very few that were, you got a professional contract. So in a way, by going to university and playing at a really good cricketing university like Durham, that helped your cricketing development as well as everything else, of course?
Yeah, hugely. You know, it was such an important part of my development, really, for the very reasons that you've just said. If I'd have come out of school at 18, I probably wasn't quite ready to mix it with the staff that was currently happening. It didn't happen very often that. You had to be an exceptional 18-year-old to really push yourself into that professional squad. And that's why, you know, even to this day, I'm still a supporter of the university system, because it gave you the opportunity to carry on studying and learn other things. But it also gave you just gave you a bit of time. And the academy system, you know, we try and get players ready a little bit earlier now, but you know as well as I do that 18, 19, 20 stage, you know, you never quite sort of know when you're going to be ready for it. And my experience at Durham was the second sort of big catalyst to me generating enough belief in myself and probably improving my play to a point where I actually felt confident that I think I can do this. You know, Graham Fowler, you know, an old friend of yours, was hugely influential during that period, largely built around belief, really, just saying you're good enough to do this. And that sort of experience, I started to think, you know what, I think I can mix it with other professional cricketers.
So when did the light switch get flicked then? When was the time? I mean, you obviously performed well at Durham and enough to keep Lancashire interested.
Yeah.
Presumably playing second team cricket in the holidays, etc. So when was the moment that you thought, I'm going to give it a go?
Yeah, I don't.
Or when did they come and say, we'll give you the opportunity?
Yeah, well, I don't actually remember a specific moment. I mean, that's quite a funny story, really, because I had applied to do business economics at uni, so I was all set to sort of get my head around that. But the first weekend I went to college, so I'd been at college for a week at Grey College up in Durham. Bumble phoned my dad, so David Lloyd, who was the coach, phoned my dad and said we'd like to take him onto a summer contract. So the first weekend I was at university, I phoned home at the weekend and they said Lancashire have been on and they want to offer you a summer contract. So from that moment on, really, so that was my first year at Durham, I was very much, right, I've got a chance here. And, you know, essentially I knew that I was going to carry on studying as a normal student, play for Durham, but then in the summer I had Lancashire to go back to. So, you know, as much as I suppose my studies might have suffered a little bit, because really from that moment on I thought, right, I've got a chance now, I've got an opportunity, and I think my majority of my focus sort of went into then trying to be a pro cricketer.
Well, if it's anything like me, and I was similarly at Durham, it's about the best time of your life, isn't it? Because from April onwards, you're supposedly at university, but you're playing cricket for uni and whatever else, and then after that you're playing second team cricket for Lancashire. So you've got the best of all worlds at a very early age.
Yeah, and that's exactly how I see it. I had a wonderful experience there. I mean, again, you know, mixing it with lots of other players who went on and had great careers. And I suppose there were three things I did at university. They would try and be a professional cricketer was the first one, socialise, and then work, and in that order. And really, it was a great time, and we were blessed really there. We had good facilities. The professional coach came in, so Graham got the job in my second year. So all the funding that came from the MCCU went into the universities in my second year. So we then had a full-time coach who was available to us. So, you know, lots of things happened for me around that period that were pretty instrumental and gave me a really good chance, I suppose. And then once you've got that opportunity, you've got to then take it. And I suppose with regards to a light switch moment for me, I know I wasn't the greatest player of all time, but what I was always able to do was I was just able to step up each time. So every time, so when I came back into Lancashire 2s in the summer, I started to perform well quite quickly. I had success at Durham University against the counties. So I was always able to just go that level up. And when I got into the first team quite early, you know, I performed quite well early on. And I suppose you think, right, I can do this. And, you know, I suppose Test cricket was always out my reach a little bit. Or maybe I didn't ultimately believe I was good enough to play at that level, but I had enough belief to have a decent career with Lancs.
And you did just that. You forged a very good career as a batsman for Lancashire over a number of years, averaging over 32, I think, through your career. But it would be fair to say that your career wasn't smooth. It wasn't as smooth. You weren't always inked into the first team. You had peaks and troughs, sorry, in your career. One year, I think 2008, you were in and out of the side quite a lot. So looking back, has that experience of the ups and downs and the experience that you've outlined going through school and university, has that put you in a good position, do you think, in your coaching and now your performance director roles?
I suspect so, but you know, what do you compare that against? You know,
well, it gives you an example of having good times and bad times, which everybody has to a degree.
Yeah. I mean, certainly understanding what it feels like to be 12th man quite often, understanding to go to bed the night before a game and not know whether you're playing or not. You know, I was never an absolute shoe-in for periods of my career. Experiencing the challenges of professional cricket, which the majority of cricketers would experience, but when you're an opening batter, sometimes that sort of feels even worse. You feel for however many overs and you go out and get a duck in the whatever, you know, you do ask yourself, what am I doing here?
What am I doing this? Yeah.
So, you know, as well as I do, you know as well as I do, it's an emotional roller coaster at times, what we did. And, you know, I don't regret any of it. There were some challenging times. I think it probably gives me a sense of balance, but to be honest, I probably think I've always had that anyway. So I think I've always had a balanced perspective on life and how to approach things. I've always been quite observing of any environments I've been in to pick up whatever skills I now have to help me with the roles I've done. And I'm still trying to learn that all the time, I suppose. So I'm sure it probably will have helped, but then it probably helps being a world-class player because they have experiences that I don't have. So, you know, look at what McCullum and Stokes are doing with the England team now. So it's all relative to your own context, I think, and you just got to understand your strengths and weaknesses and what your possible gaps are, I think.
I think if anybody wants to understand the commitment and the belief and the feeling you have for Lancashire, they only have to trawl through the archives and look back to that 2007 county championship year when Lancashire went into the final game leading the county championship, just got pipped at the post and couldn't quite beat Surrey. I remember I did the interview with you for Sky, and I remember you being in tears. And I thought, well, I was choking back I wasn't quite choking back the tears, but it was a hugely emotional moment for you, and I've not really interviewed many people in tears before, but that just told me exactly what it meant to you.
Yeah, and I suppose when you're in charge and you're the captain, you're also carrying it for the team as well, and everyone who was associated with the club at the time, all the members and everybody. It was Lancashire winning the championship was something that we just hadn't done for years and years and years. So you felt that responsibility, and I suppose, yeah. I mean, I think the thing I'm most proud of, Paul, above everything is, and this was the one. My dad was an average cricketer, but the one thing he used to say was you just got to do your best, and you never know when you're beaten, basically. So you just got to give your all. And the one thing I can sit here and comfortably say is that every time I walked onto the field, whether I was fielding or batting, I tried my best, and I'm very comfortable with that. And really, I suppose it does sometimes that manifests itself in those moments. I'm not a massively emotional person, but that I genuinely thought we were going to do it that day. I think that's what I found that interview very difficult, because for 90% of the day I thought we're going to do this, and then it was just taken away from us at the end.
But that drive, that ambition, that emotion, you carry that through, I think, in your roles now that I've seen when you've been coaching and you were performance manager and now director of cricket performance. I think it'd be fair to say you carry that philosophy with you.
Yeah, and you know, I think I care at the end of the day. I think I care about the club. The club's been very good to me from since I was 13 years old. You know, from the moment I've started playing for the club, I've got so much such joy and reward out of being involved with Lancashire Cricket that you know, it's almost, you know, it's a non-negotiable for me to just have that attitude towards the club and the team. And I think when you're really invested in it, you just want to see everyone involved in it and get the rewards for a lot of the hard work. I think that's an element of it as well. Really, is you see, take now for example, you see the effort that goes in behind the scenes that a lot of people don't see from either the coaches or even the players when they're not on the pitch, and everyone who's involved around it, all the people at the club who work hard to provide as much support and resource for us as possible. And that's why last year was a bit crushing, really, because all you want to do is get over the line and win, because you know that it just brings so many people a lot of satisfaction, and a lot of people, in my view, you know, they deserve that feeling and success. So
you finished your career on a team high after the 2011 County Championship win, and was that a conscious decision to go then, or was that in some way forced upon you? Was it the county that didn't re-engage you, or was it a conscious decision?
I'd probably made that decision a few weeks out, so there was probably a glimmer of hope that maybe either I would get offered new terms, or I never really considered playing anywhere else. I think that was. I remember walking off at Egbert against Warwickshire. And Dad used to work down in the docks at Runcorn, and he used to come to Egbert a bit. And I remember speaking to him after that game. I hadn't had a great game, and I just sort of said, I'm done, I think. I can remember it now. And that was about 6 weeks to go. And I remember sitting with Lee Richardson, our performance psychologist, who was desperately trying to look at the positives of where I was at, and I just said, look, there's nothing you can say now. And I think in my head now, I've been through that roller coaster, and it was quite important for me that it might have been a few weeks. It'd be interesting to see what the date was, because at that point I just then decided that the club and the team was onto something a bit bigger than me. And at the back end of your career, that's quite difficult to do as a player, because you want your career to carry on as long as possible. You're earning money, you've got a family to look after. But I remember sort of finding a bit of peace with that in a way, and just going, right, all that matters now is that I can give what I can give to the cause, and because I'd much rather just, if we can finish on that high, then I'll be able to walk away pretty comfortable or very happy from it all. And that's essentially, so I'd sort of got over it with about 2 months to go, I think. Okay. Yeah. So. You were well educated, obviously you got a degree at Durham, you'd been to Manchester Grammar School. At what point did you start thinking about what am I going to do next? Was it always going to be coaching? Because you're a level 4 qualified coach now. Yeah. I'm not sure you were at the end of your career. Yeah. Your playing career. That's right, yeah. Was it always going to be coach? No, not really. No, I suppose I'd tried a few things. I'd always had a bit of an eye on other things. I worked in a bank for 6 months, and certainly I was able to scratch that one off. I didn't fancy doing that for the next 20 years. So Morsey was quite a big influence. Pete was quite a big influence. I suppose when Pete came, I really saw. I know I'd talked about there have been influences throughout my career, and Graham was one of them at Durham. But I suppose Pete was someone who I really saw the value in real expert elite coaching. He took it to a different level. I mean, I remember when he came here, I was on the interview panel, and he just blew us all away in interview. It was just a completely different approach. And coaching's evolved very quickly, actually, rapidly over the last 20 years, certainly. Well, certainly my experience of working with him for 3 years, after that difficult year in 2008, I then went on and became Player of the Year 2009, and that was, Pete was a hugely important part of that, really. So I suppose I really started to think and believe in the power of good elite coaching and what difference it could make. And obviously, but opportunities were becoming, I suppose, more available within the professional game. So ultimately that's where I ended up going. Yeah, I ended up going down, doing my qualifications, but having some time out as well at Manchester Grammar, which was also a really useful period for me.
But I sense there are steps in the Mark Chilton progression here. That it isn't purely cricket, because you didn't go from school to cricket. You went to university, you got a degree. You played cricket, but you did other things. You then got a coaching level 4 coaching qualification, but that wasn't enough. You went and did a master's in sports directorship, I think. So there's always been something behind the progression. It might be sport orientated, but it's not just purely cricket. Would that be right?
Yeah, it probably would be right. Yeah, and part of that is just an appetite to learn and improve, really, I suppose. Certainly the Masters again was an opportunity that I thought, right, this looks quite interesting. And as much as I was enjoying the coaching and the practical side of coaching, I suppose I did look at myself and think, what strengths have I got? And management and managing people and leadership to a degree was something that I was interested in learning more about. So again, that was the people you meet through that process, and I suppose you're right in some way that there was always part of me that I wasn't necessarily just sticking my flag to the mast of being a batting coach, and as much as I enjoy the practical side of coaching, I suppose there were other interests that I wanted to explore. I mean, what I've never done, Paul, which is goes against the grain a lot of the time, is I've never really set goals for myself. So I don't sit here. I certainly didn't sit in 5 years ago and say I wanted your job. It's not how I viewed it. It wasn't the case, and I've never done that. I didn't do it with my cricket, and I don't do it now. I don't sit here now thinking what next. I'm more about just learning through the experience of what I'm doing, and seeing what opportunities might happen. And really, through your support, I got the chance to do a performance director role, which led me just branched me off batting coaching, and I started to have to think about structures and systems, and then I was lucky enough to get your role, which has opened a whole world of new challenges and learning experiences. And I suppose in some ways I find that quite what's the word I'm looking for? Stimulating, I suppose. I find that quite mentally stimulating, that I'm learning all the time, whether it's HR, whether it's jobs, whether it's contracts, whether it's budgets. You're quite right that I don't necessarily see myself just a single point of skill set. I'm quite willing to sort of experience different things.
I think it's a good job that you don't plough a single furrow, especially in the role that you're in now, because let's talk a little bit about that now. It's essentially Director of Cricket in all but name Director of Cricket Performance. And that is a relatively modern role within the game. All these roles have suddenly appeared: head coach, different types of coaching, specialist coaching. They were never around 20, 30 years ago, nor was a Director of Cricket. So Director of Cricket Performance, you obviously went into that role knowing the broad brushstrokes of the job. But I would think that within 2 or 3 weeks of taking on the role, you'd be thinking, this is interesting, not quite what I envisaged. Did it take you by surprise, the enormity of the role and the scope of it?
I suppose in some ways, yeah, it probably did. I mean, I try not to have too many judgments about anything, really. It's not how I'm very much a here and now person, but I suppose, reflecting on it now, absolutely, there are elements of the job which you'll be well aware that you think, oh crikey, I didn't. But then, I don't know why I didn't think that, because ultimately, when you're leading on a department, ultimately everything comes up to you. You're in charge of a group of people, a number of people across different areas, and therefore, it's going to throw up lots of different challenges. And in some ways, you've done the role. You're a CEO of the cricket department. That's what you are. We've obviously got a CEO of the business, and I sit on the executive of the club, but in the cricket department, it all ultimately funnels up to to myself, and therefore you are operating and you're leading on that area. So all sorts comes your way. And I suppose one thing I'm still wrestling with is just finding enough time to really drill down at the performance side of the cricket. But ultimately, we've got a very experienced, knowledgeable head coach who's able to. I'm able to offload that a lot of that responsibility onto. But I would like to be able to step away sometimes to do a bit more of that strategic thinking around, right, how can we keep driving the performance side of what we do better? Which, at the minute, I just need to find a bit more time to do that.
There's a lot of talk in all sports about improvement through small margins and the minutiae of approach through coaching, psychology, performance, whatever you like to say. Have you had time in the last 12 months to have a look at that aspect of things and see which of the smaller aspects that may be very important but that need more attention to detail?
Yes and no, I suppose, and where I come to with a lot of that is that this is still about people, what we do. So as much as there are data and there are 1%ers, getting the best out of the people that you've got is really important for me, I think, and to really, really think about, have we got the right people in the right roles? Do people know exactly what is expected of them? Have they got the support and resource that they need to do their jobs as well as they can? Essentially, I think that's a fundamental part of this role, is looking at the people we've got involved and ensuring that is working as efficiently and effectively as it can, because more often than not, that's pretty hard to do. And that in itself is a core part of this job, is getting the team you've got working as effectively and efficiently, because they'll find the 1%ers. I think if you give them some accountability and responsibility, and you give them the support and you give them some clarity, they'll be the people who will find the 1%, 2%, 3%ers. It won't just all be on me. It'll be on all of us to say, right, let's look at what we're doing. And you only get to that point by being able to manage that group of people effectively. That's essentially how I see it. Yes, there'll be things out there that, even talking to Glenn this morning, I had a meeting with Glenn this morning. His experience in Abu Dhabi in the last 2 or 3 weeks has just created new conversations for us to have. And that's really what you're looking for all the time, is to just tap into people's knowledge. And we've got so many great staff here, which we're blessed with some brilliant staff across the cricket department and across the science and medical team, across the grounds team. And for me, it's almost trying to get the best out of that. And that's where you'll get your extra 1%, 2%, 5%, as much as my learning away from here. So.
I think that, you sum that up very nicely. Do you get frustrated, or have you come to terms with the fact that your job here at Lancashire is to promote Lancashire cricket and to try and achieve the best you can for Lancashire cricket, but you are doing it in spite of the ECB demands on you in terms of players?
Well, the short answer would be yes. So there are times when there is a degree of frustration where no matter how well you do your role, or you perceive yourself you do your well, you might think you're doing everything and you're covering all your bases, you are still at the mercy of some other decision makers and some other issues that might arise that really impact your environment. We are not a, look at gosh, name any other sports team really. Just go across the road to Man United. Man United and the manager and the sporting directors at Man United, they're not having to manage the Man United fitting into another system. They're just, Man United, how can we get the best out of this club? We as a club, we are, and understandably and rightly so, we have a responsibility towards English cricket as well. We do. That's one of our roles as a county. And therefore, whereas, Ten Hag's not that bothered about England's performance in this World Cup, is it? It doesn't make any difference to him. All he's bothered about is his players and trying to maximise. So he's in a control of a lot of it. American football teams, you know, all the coaches, the great books you read from the American football. It's a very closed environment that they know what they've got. If they do this, this and this, they've got a great chance of succeeding this. I feel in cricket we can do a lot of that stuff, and we are doing a lot of that stuff, but you're still at the mercy of, well, if we do that stuff, we develop really good cricketers, and then they go and play for another team. And Lancashire sort of don't benefit from that in one way. But we benefit in other ways, and we have to sort of accept our position in it all. Seeing what England have done over the last 24 hours, it's brilliant. You know, anyone who likes cricket and anyone who's involved at a county club should be very proud of that and seeing that. And we all play our small part in that.
Is there an onus on counties to start playing red ball cricket like England are?
Well, that's a good question, isn't it? I thought that might come up. Is there an onus on it? I think I listen to a lot of how England are playing. And what I really love about it is I love their intention. So I love the fact that Stokes, he sees a responsibility to play entertaining cricket. And I think it's just, the debate comes, well, what is entertaining cricket? And it's not always necessarily, you know, changing round and hitting left-handed and scoring at 7 runs and over. You know, we've all been in the game long enough to know that entertaining cricket can take very different guises and forms. But I think that should be our intention. I think, you know, red ball cricket for me is the purest form of the game. It would be a travesty if that diminishes. So therefore we all have a responsibility to make the red ball game appealing. And I agree with Stokes that really he's prepared to risk losing to ensure that the game, to give himself the best chance of winning, but also to try and create a product that is exciting for people to watch. And, you know, lots of people would have tuned into yesterday's game, and if it had been a boring draw, lots of people wouldn't. And I think that's brilliant what they're doing, and I think we all have a responsibility to do that. What it actually looks like with regards to how you play on the field, that's where the debate lies, because if everyone starts swinging, trying to score at 7, 8 and over when the ball's doing a bit in April, we don't quite know how that's going to play out. But the intent should be to play positive, exciting cricket that people will enjoy watching.
Would that have formed part of your discussion with Glenn that you've just had?
We didn't. We only had half an hour today, so no. Yeah, I mean.
Or will it then?
Yeah, absolutely. Because I certainly won't be making any suggestions on how I think we should be doing it. I think it's something we just need to be very aware of, because all the modern players will now be thinking, oh right, well there's one way of doing this and there's one way of getting in this team. And for me, there's not necessarily that. You know, again, it's about, you know, how we're going to manage this process where you see an England team and all the players just waxing lyrical about what a great environment it is to have that freedom. Great, get all of that, and I'm on board with all of that. But how does that transfer into your environment when, you know, you've got a developing group of players, you've got some young players in that team who are still trying to develop. So I think, you know, we should have the intention that this is how we want to try and operate, but we also need to be smart, and we need to be, you know, we need to be able to manage, well, when can be really positive. And I think that's what Stokes I think that's what he's doing really well, is he's picking his moments to be properly gung-ho. When he needed to get over the line in the T20 and the 50 over World Cup, he did it another way. And he did it, you know, and that he's an absolute champion, to be fair. I think what he's achieved in the last 2 years is incredible. But I love the intent, Walt.
Yeah, he's certainly a phenomenal individual. Just shifting slightly, what input could you have in terms of formulating the schedule and structure of English county cricket? Do you have an input as a director of performance? How influential are the directors of cricket around the country in shaping the future form of the game, which is imminent, basically? We know what it's going to be for 2023, but it needs to be adjusted.
Yeah. Well, obviously not hugely. I mean, you know the answer to that
question,
which is why
it's banging your head against a brick wall, basically.
I
I just wonder if that brick wall that I felt was there when I has become less brick-like, if you like. Maybe there's one or two holes in it, or there's a chance of getting in there.
Ultimately, I don't know what I know what you're alluding to around. You feel like you can put your points across and it never gets listened to, and who are the chief decision makers around how we try and move forward. There are just so many different views. I've very much got the support of the club. So the club have looked at me to drive our decisions around the schedule. I don't think every club is doing that, for one. I think, really it should, in my view, it should be a directors of cricket debate, really, to try and find the appropriate schedule for high performance. Obviously acknowledging that chief execs and chairmen have an important part of in that debate, but the fact that we didn't get the HPR even closely, we didn't even get it close to getting supported, is sort of an indication that actually are the cricket people the key drivers behind the decision making? Possibly not. And I'm quite happy to go on camera now and say that the schedule for 2023 is unacceptable. It is. So we haven't been able to get the HPR through. There's been no change to 2023. There are elements of it that are improved. But if you look at our schedule through May and through into June, no high-performing team can operate at 100% all through that period. If you're really talking about raising standards and really trying to drive high performance through that environment, it's not going to happen. There's no time. So there's no time to reflect and review and prepare. So it just depends where the compromise is, and I hope that there'll be more discussions prior to April 23, because we need to know what we're playing for next season. That's been talked about, and that's important. And I'd just like to see some compromise, and I hope that cricket's voice is taken very seriously, as opposed to just making sure we have 18 successful businesses.
Finally then, from a Lancashire perspective, are you happy where the cricket club is at the moment in terms of its age group performance levels, its academy, and its men's and women's professional setup? It's a bit of a long question, that, but in less than 100 words.
Yeah, I mean, on the whole, yeah. I mean, I know we worked closely on it when you were in the role as well, so I think this has been, where we are now has been the build-up of 4, 5, 6 years' work. I think we've both recognised that there are key areas where we've made quite a significant difference and impact. I think coming second in every competition, as much as it's disappointing, that shows you're doing a lot of good things right. I think the women's game is that's growing all the time. I'm really excited by the new signings. I think that can be really healthy for a team sometimes, as much as we've got a lot of passion for developing our own cricketers. I think bringing people in from the outside at the appropriate time can just kickstart and really give a catalyst to an environment. So I'm quite keen to see how that progresses, and we'll always be expecting big things there. So on the whole, the short answer to that question is yeah, I'm very happy. As much as I think there are areas that we just got to keep working on, I think we're in pretty good shape.
Mark, thanks very much. 1 year into your role, you've had a fundamental impact already. Long may that continue.
Cheers, thank you.
Two names rich in history: Bartons, our family-run business with over 100 years of experience in drinks distribution, and Lancashire Cricket, a club drenched in tradition, heritage and globally recognised moments. Since 1917, Bartons has been supplying the finest wines, soft drinks and premium beverages across the UK, partnering with world-class brands to bring unforgettable experiences to every occasion. Now, we're excited to announce we will be bringing that same passion to cricket fans at Emirates Old Trafford. As the official wine, spirits and soft drinks partner of Lancashire Cricket, we're elevating matchday experiences, hospitality and celebrations across the next 3 years. From the first ball to the final cheers, Bartons is here to make every moment one to savour. Keep an eye out for some familiar brands such as Guinness, Celavino, VK Hooch and Britvic. Bartons and Lancashire Cricket, partnership built on passion, unforgettable moments and history.
L is for the way you look at me. O is for the only one I see. V is very, very extraordinary.
Welcome to the opening day. Oh, that is a wonderful shot.
This is a call for hungry dreamers and hard-working self-believers. Success is down to more than just luck and talent. It's striving to be the best, breaking the boundaries and never giving up. Are you ready to become your best self? Are you ready to unlock your greatness? So what are you waiting for? This is Education Evolved. This is UA 92.
When I was a kid, there was no professional women's cricket. I didn't even think that women could be professional sports people.
Especially early on, it just didn't really seem like there was a career in it.
To support myself around cricket, I had to work at the petrol garage.
I was the only girl, so I stood out.
I'd love for young girls to be able to dream about being an athlete and it to be achievable.
Thanks to the Hilton funding my contract, it's allowed me to play the game that I love all day, every day.
We're like an engine and we need to be fuelled with the right gas.
Without funding, we can't be visible. You can't be what you can't see.
As a team, it feels like we're breaking boundaries.
Thunder and Lancashire always want to put women's cricket at the forefront, and now I think that's really shining through.
It's mad to think that without the Hilton funding, like, we wouldn't be playing cricket every day, training.
Well, we could be, but we wouldn't have any money.
We wouldn't, yeah, true.
I know, yeah. Let's not wait too long.
Hi.
Hello. How are you?
How are I'm fine. How are you?
I'm good. You just got back from holiday, haven't you?
I've been training camp that was turning into a rehab camp.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, 12 weeks now since I.
But they're talking. I can't interrupt them while they're talking.
Come on, you can come in the middle.
Well, you've interrupted Hi, now. I'm here. Who was writing here?
Okay. Hello, Kate Cross.
How are you both?
Yeah, 2 rehabs. How are we?
2 rehabs, yeah.
It's age, isn't it?
I know.
Have I?
I've tried to avoid that word, but it is.
No.
I have more. I have more of that than you do. You have years ahead of you.
Okay, girls. So I've been taking some questions from Lancashire Cricket, and are we good to chat about it? Ask you some. Okay. So first question for the both of you: what's the moment in both your careers where you went, I've fully achieved my goals?
Don't know. Because I think that's the point before you decide you're not going to go anymore.
I was going to say, I don't think I've got there yet.
I'm not sure I've decided I've got there yet. Yeah. I think that's all part of what I've got to find out. Yeah. Hopefully, well, I don't know if it's hopefully soon, because that means like, oh yeah, I've done everything now. I'm going to kick back and not do anything else. So no, I think, and I've spoken to other athletes, I don't know about you, they say you're a long time retired, and knowing that you could still do more or achieve more or be better in yourself. Personal best performance is always the thing that you focus on, or certainly I have. Being better than you were yesterday as an athlete, and achieving your own personal best, being the best version of yourself. So yeah, when you find that out, maybe that's the time you start thinking about the end.
I feel like there's definitely things I've wanted to achieve that I have achieved.
Like mini goals?
Yeah.
Would you say like you have mini goals as an athlete?
Yeah, I think you have to, because otherwise the picture's too big. I think you have to break things down. And especially I think for me, having a bit of a split career, like kind of with Lancashire and then also with England, then there's things that I still want to achieve with England. There's still things I want to achieve with Lancashire. So I think that motivation is what keeps you going as an athlete, and probably what makes it really difficult to retire, because there's always something around the corner. There's always something that you want to or think you can achieve. So yeah, I definitely wouldn't say that I've achieved probably half the things I want to, though.
That's exciting though. The dial can always keep on moving for the both of you.
Yeah, I think there's things I've achieved and never anticipated. Like I never imagined I'd ever be a cyclist when I was a little girl. So I think you go into different parts of your career and new opportunities, and you take them with, 2 hands, or in my case 1, and just try and do the very best that you can. What the other things in cycling, that every cycle race, every road race is on a different course. So knowing what the course is going to be, for example, like last year at the Worlds, it was it was the hilliest course we'd had, with the longest climb in the road race. It was the longest time trial we'd had. And that was the sort of race I'd always waited for and was living for. And it makes you think, oh, well, if they're going to give us that sort of course, what might they do next time? And it makes you excited to see what the opportunities might be. So yeah, there's loads of things that I've achieved that I never anticipated or never dreamed of. I feel really fortunate for those. And then there are other things you're waiting to see. But where might we race next time?
It's like a loads of time left.
Hopefully.
Yeah.
I love that the first question you've asked, we've both gone, I don't know. That's a good start.
That's all right. That's fine.
But
We've
I
got a lot
also
of time.
think a lot of people think that athletes have got it all worked out,
Yeah.
that they know exactly what they're doing. And we know what we're doing day to day. We know the foundations that you need to be a strong athlete, to look after yourself as best you can, or you have mishaps, as we've both had in the last winter. But you have a kind of a way of working, kind of a operational principles, if you like, of being the best athlete you can be, of getting enough sleep, eating the right things, planning your logistics around recovery training from travel days, and all the different things that you have to do. We have certain things worked out, but we don't have everything worked out, and I think that's okay.
What are the biggest changes that you've both found since being in women's sport?
Well, for me, it's definitely going from an analog age into a digital age. My first international call-up was in 1992, so were you born?
Just, yeah.
Just.
I was 91.
I was like, hang on a minute, I've got to do the maths here.
I wasn't there yet, but that's okay.
No,
come back. Only by a year.
So I'm afraid the news here from Sedbergh School isn't any more encouraging than what it was when we joined you at just before 11 o'clock. As you can see, the covers are on. Well, the full covers are on. The last time you saw pictures live from Sedbergh School, we only had the cover protecting the pitch, but I'm afraid the full extra sheets are out there covering the bowlers' run-ups and the square as well, and it's raining as heavy now as it has done since the start of this morning. So not encouraging, I'm afraid. Certainly nothing imminent, nothing before 1 o'clock. There's an early lunch has been called for the players, so that will take place at 1. So nothing certainly before 1 p.m. We, as ever, remain hopeful of something a little later on. The forecast is brighter, and there is a possibility that we might get a bit of a break in these bands of rain that keep sweeping across Sedbergh, and maybe enough time to play a game, but certainly nothing imminent here from Sedbergh School. In the little Badger and Coons broadcasting tent, I'm alongside Paul Allett, which is lovely. Nice to see you, Paul.
Nice to see you, Scott. It's cosy in here, isn't it?
It is.
Any more in here and we'd be struggling, I think. But it's nice, and if you peer to the left, stick your head out, peer to the left, on the free banking to the side of the church by the graveyard, there is a couple sitting there under 2 umbrellas with a sheepdog, and the sheepdog has been chasing a ball since 11:15 this morning, up and down the hill. It's not stopped yet, so at least he's getting some exercise, because we're not. It's disappointing, because it's we've got a fixed camera shot of the covers and the sheets, and that's it. It's still a lovely place when it's raining here in Sedbergh, with the fells in the background. But it's not looking particularly promising. The only good thing I will say is I was talking to Stephen Croft earlier, and they had deluges of rain here on Monday morning, and the lads did a bit of practice, were on the square by 3 o'clock. So there may be a little bit of hope for us. And as you said, lunch at 1. Well, it's still bucketing down, so they'll look. Hopefully, if it stops, they'll have a look and get the covers off. But say it's not particularly promising at this present time.
No, yesterday was classic weather for this part of the world, wasn't it?
Yeah, well, you're on your jollies, aren't you?
I'm on my jollies.
Yeah.
And it did absolutely hammer it down for quite a few hours yesterday morning, and then remarkably, it was beautiful in the afternoon. So it can change quickly.
Good, there's hope.
There is. And you can play a game which is reduced to 10 overs per side, so you can shorten it right down to 10 overs per side if there is obviously a will and a desire and a realistic chance of getting some play. It can be reduced.
The problem we got is the outfield getting pretty damp and slippery, and it wasn't great when we got to the ground this morning, so you can see puddles forming now just off the square in the outfield. Anyway, we'll see, won't we?
We will. Just we've not got obviously any confirmation yet of the team because there's no toss taking place. We do have a Lancashire squad that's been announced for this.
Squad of about 15, isn't it?
It's a bit like what you used to do when you were director of cricket, yeah.
Yeah. Well, you've got to cover all eventualities, you know. That's our tent.
Here we are. Yeah.
Yeah.
There's Paul Edwards stood outside the tent. And that's our little marquee. In terms of the names in the squad, then, Paul. Well, there's a real mixture in this Lancashire squad.
Yeah, I really like this month. In a sort of perverse way. I mean, there's all sorts of debate you can have about whether we should be playing county championship cricket and the pros and cons of the 100 tournament. But I like this tournament from a county perspective because it's a time when counties start to blood the youngsters, give the younger end, the academy players, the guys who've done well in the second team, an opportunity to play in an elevated competition. So you've got a blend. We'll just look at some of the names in the Lancashire squad. For instance, Marcus Harris, captain, so you've got a test player there. You've got Josh Bohannon batting probably at 3. You've got George Balderson and Tom Bailey, who are now senior players. Well, Tom obviously a senior player. Will Williams is in the squad as well. Combine that with, say, Joe Moores, who's just signed a contract, who's 17 years of age, out of King's School, Macclesfield, nephew of Peter Moores. He's an exciting prospect. You've got Arav Shetty, who is playing club cricket at Alderley Edge and doing well with his off-spin and his batting. You've got Kesh Fonseca, who's been on a scholarship for quite some time and been at Bolton School and been in the academy. He scored some runs on Sunday against Cheshire. Got Harry Singh with his off-spin and he's opening the batting, but he'll bat lower down the order. And George Bell, who's going to keep wicket, I think. So, you know, it's a great opportunity for the youngsters. And a good time too for the older and more senior players because they can help bring those younger ones on.
This competition kind of rattles through pretty quickly. There are 8 group games, 4 at home, 4 away. It's all done within kind of 3 weeks. You've got a potential quarter-final and a semi-final before the month is out. So it's quite a quick competition. And I suppose with that, if you can start well and get going and get a few early wins, that can kick you along quite nicely.
Yeah, Lancashire have got this game at home, of course, at Sedbergh, and then they're away on a bit of a road trip all around the country, Taunton, Hove, York. It's not exactly a friendly travel trip, but it's not bad for August. And then they finish off with 2 games at Liverpool and 1 at Old Trafford. So you're quite right. I mean, it all happens very quickly, and you get the feeling that you want to start well. You know, a couple of wins early on will do you wonders.
Yeah, Lancashire travelling to Somerset on Sunday, and then York, and then Sussex that following week, and then a couple of, and then Beckenham as well, and then a couple of games at Liverpool and one at Old Trafford to complete the group campaign. So it's over and done with in about 3 weeks or so. And of course, Lancashire did get to the final of this competition. To get to the final of this competition,
22 was it?
I think, yeah.
Yeah.
Lost to Kent in the final.
Dropped a couple of catches in that, didn't they?
Yeah, Joey Emerson had a good day, didn't he?
Yeah. Mum on the sideline.
So we'll see if how we're building on a little bit ahead of ourselves a little bit here, because we've not seen any cricket yet played in the competition by Lancashire, but fingers crossed they can have a decent competition. There are some games taking place. There is play at one or two of these Group B Metrobank One-Day Cup games, including not too far away from here at Chesterley Street, where Durham are 137 for 3 after 26 overs. They're taking on Sussex in that opening game. Yorkshire are against Warwickshire this week. Goodness, where's this game taking place? It's at Scarborough, and Warwickshire are 67 for 8 after 21 overs against Yorkshire.
It used to be the best batting pitch in the country, Scarborough. Maybe they've just bowled well, Yorkshire.
Lots of teams obviously are hampered by, or not hampered, are much changed because of the 100. I think Lancashire and Surrey are the two sides that are affected more than anybody else. Lancashire have got 14 players away at various 100 clubs, but looking at that Yorkshire attack, it doesn't look too bad at all. Jack White, former Northamptonshire man, Dan Moriarty, Don Best skippers that side. Anyway, I'm going off on a tangent. In Group A, there's some games taking place. Glamorgan against Hampshire. Hampshire 106 for 3 after 25 overs. Gloucestershire against Derbyshire. Gloucestershire 158 for 2 in the 27th, and the Notts Outlaws have lost wickets against Essex 74 for 5. Are the Notts Outlaws again? They've got a team there's a lot of familiar names in there: Hamid, Slater, Haynes, Moores, Lyndon James. So yeah, there's a real mixture in this competition. Not 74 for 5. There are Group A fixtures. So the news here is that we are still waiting for the weather to improve. The rain has eased. It's still raining, but it's not as heavy as it was. Nothing before 1 o'clock. Fingers crossed we get something later this afternoon. And just to reiterate what Paul said before, to be optimistic, yesterday it was horrific yesterday morning. The weather was horrible, and then by the time it got to 2:30, 3 o'clock, it was lovely. So we remain hopeful of maybe something a little bit later on in the day.
There because people enjoy watching great sport, enjoy watching great cricket.
I know we spoke about this a little bit earlier about women's sport finally getting the recognition it deserves. And with it getting the recognition it deserves, do you think there's still a long way to go with where we're at now?
Well, unfortunately, we still don't get the level of coverage. So globally, sport is worth X trillion, but the percentage of that that's allocated to women's sport is still the same percentage. So it's all grown, and women's sport's got more, but percentage-wise, it's not any different. And that's the problem. And some sports have moved on further than others, but when you put them all together, it's not increased sufficiently. So there's a lot of work to do. That's why we are promoting the way we are for the Lancashire team here now, the Tier 1 system that we have in England, now that we have the international game here on the 9th of July. That's why it's so important that in cricket we do what we do. That's why it's so important that we do what we do in an Olympic and Paralympic sport. That's what's happening over at the other side of Old Trafford with the women's team. That's why each of us who own a little part of it, it's our role to make sure that we continue to lift, because column inches still isn't there and the amount of airtime still isn't there. And this is a pivotal moment, like every opportunity that we get to promote women's sport, especially in cricket, because it's going to be in the Olympics in 2028. That's so crucial. And I think Paris was the first time the Olympic Games had a 50-50 male-female split, which was crazy to think it got to 2024 before that was the case. But that's one of the measures that shows us that we're still not quite there. And also, there were no females in the top 100 earners in the world last year, which is another example of why we're not quite where we need to be. So it has improved and the opportunities are absolutely there. But when you zoom out and look at it from a global perspective, we still need to keep doing what we're doing and keep working really hard. And we need those male allies as well. And we know the names of them, and we need to have way more of them to be able to help bring our daughters and our nieces with us on this journey.
Yeah, I mean, I can't really add much more to that, to be fair, but I also think that it's people's perceptions of women's sport that's changing. So I think 20 years ago, you probably wouldn't have got people watching women's cricket or women's rugby or whatever it might have been. But now, I mean, I'm saying this on the back of actually just hearing what happened in Australia with the guy on the radio. I don't know if you heard it, but there was a really misogynistic comment about one of the guys on Triple M talking about the Matildas and saying that it was like watching year 10 girls play football and stuff like it. Was just, it almost felt like you'd gone back 30 years. And yeah,
You'll always get those one or two people.
Yeah, and you will, and it is thankfully now becoming the minority. But what happens is those comments are still getting people feeding them. So there's still perceptions there that, in my opinion, need to change quite drastically. But you're only going to get that by having the right visibility, having the right columns, having the right split at Olympics, etc. So there is still a long way to go. But if you look at how far it has shifted in the last 15 years, then it has shifted significantly. So it's almost knowing what fires to fight. And I think that's something that I've learned as well throughout my career, is knowing what you can change and what small part of your corner of the world you can change. But actually, some bigger pictures are really difficult to make.
It's a marginal gains approach,
yeah.
Isn't it? If we all do our little bit, when we add it together, it'll make that significant difference. And sometimes when you're at the coalface, as we are, you don't notice the changes year to year. But then, like Kate says, when you zoom out, you do notice that we have made significant strides. We just need to keep that momentum up. I think it's too easy for people to say, oh, haven't we done a great job? And we're doing a great job. I think that's the difference. We haven't done it yet. We're doing it, and we're all still committed to keep, pushing that dial and making it, more possible, so that more girls can be following in our footsteps and in an even easier way.
I think when we get to a point where we've got a women's game here and we don't have to have this conversation about how do we break a record, that's when you know you've nailed it. But we're still having those conversations, and things are happening for the first time, or for the first time in 13 years, or whatever it might be. So there's still, things that you kind of want to push it along and boot it down the road quicker. But like I said, you have to know which fires to fight and when to do it.
So both careers, very successful women in sport. If you could relive one of your moments in your career again, one of the moments that you would deem to be like, that was just such a success, what moment would it be?
Can I pick it all?
All right,
that's a great career. If you're picking it all, that's great.
I'd love to pick. So as a swimmer, I really enjoyed, I think back to being 14-year-old in Barcelona. I'd probably redo the jump onto the podium so I didn't nearly knock over the Queen of Spain. That would be a good day to redo, but kind of edit. I'd love to be able to do something before I had kids and relive like that opportunity in London in a home crowd. But then Paris, where Louisa and Charlie were both there together, and I beat a 19-year-old, that final sprint in the road race, I'd absolutely, I do relive that regularly, because I just still pinch myself to think that last year went the way it went. So I've chosen 3 because I'm
That's
greedy.
right, let's do 3. Go on.
Oh, I'm not
1 to 3. 1 to 3, Kate Cross.
I've not got kids, so I don't need to take any kids back or bring my age up or whatever. I think one of them would be my Test debut, which was back in 2014. And I only say that because it wasn't really covered. It was on a live stream, so it wasn't really televised. I don't really have much footage from it. There's a couple of photos, but I wish I could kind of relive those 4 days, because I at that time was pretty much an amateur athlete. We'd just gone into professionalisation, I think, a month or 2 after that series. So how I got through 4 days of cricket, having never played more than 1 day of cricket before, was quite interesting. My body was quite sore after it.
I can imagine.
But then I'm probably going to say the Ashes in 2023 as well, and when I batted at Bristol. So it's very, very, very rare that I get to win a game of cricket for my country with a bat in hand. And I wish I could just bottle up how I felt that day, because it was just unbelievable. I've had a lot of scars from Australian games in the past, and to be able to walk off that pitch triumphant with bat in hand was pretty cool. So I wish I could relive that.
Okay, so what would you say is, in sport, in women's sport, is a common misconception that you wish could be dispelled?
There's a sense that women need to do less. And so if it's based on time, so the reason the distance is less is because you're going to take about the same amount of time. But in the swimming pool, the women don't do 90 metres front crawl because it's roughly the same amount of time as when the men do 100. So I really struggle with why other races have to be different. And we've started to address this in cycling. They're still addressing this. So they've finally moved the time trial on the track up to 1 kilometre to be the same as the men. But up until I stopped racing the track 3 years ago, we were still doing a 500 metre time trial to the men's kilometre. At the Paralympics last year, my time trial was 14 kilometres, the men was 28 kilometres. So we still have that issue that the women need to be doing less. And it isn't based on time, because some of the men that were doing 28 kilometres were riding half as quickly as me. So that isn't a reason. That isn't the reason. So for me, it's that idea that women need to be doing less for some reason. We're not capable of doing the same.
Who's making those decisions there?
It's
just men.
Yeah. It's
Yeah.
archaic. It's just been there. That's what it's been like. If you think that women weren't allowed to do the marathon until, was it 1984? They weren't doing the steeplechase on the track and field track until 1992. There's other events. I mean, they still do the heptathlon instead of the decathlon. Don't know whether that needs to change. That's something for the track and field athletes to kind of dig into. I know the women in tennis attempted to increase their sets to 5. They play 3 sets. But it's a regular issue that the women's race or the women's event is less. And I think that's something that needs to be addressed, because it's not because we're not capable of racing at the same amount of time. And I was part of a campaign to bring back the women's Tour de France. It's still at 8 days. The women used to race alongside the men for 3 weeks back until 1986, I think it was. So in lots of different sports, it's been dialed back at the convenience of men's sport, and we haven't quite shifted the dial to reclaim our space.
And the argument with that is now there's money in the women's side of sport that they can fully concentrate on being an athlete, can't they? I imagine 20, 30 years ago, you're juggling a job, you're juggling motherhood, you're juggling all sorts and still trying to perform as an athlete. Whereas now you can have a job that is a professional sports person. So I feel like we had a few arguments like that, you know, women were having to take time off work to go and do an Ashes series. So that's why it could never be a 5-test match series like the men's is. But now we're fully professional athletes all the time, so we have that time in the calendar to go and do that. So I think tradition often is a really wonderful thing, but you still need to move with the sport, and I think that's sometimes what doesn't happen, especially with how quickly the women's game has moved. I think sometimes you don't we're playing catch up, rather than actually being proactive with everything. And the other misconception that I think is spoken about a lot and used against us quite a lot is the whole they're asking for equal pay. I don't think I've ever met a female athlete who has ever asked for equal pay to a man, but all I've ever asked for is an equal opportunity to what a male counterpart would get. So if that is training here at Old Trafford the same amount of hours that the men get, then why shouldn't the women have that? And I think we are very lucky here that we've promoted that brilliantly. And, you know, Lancashire worked really hard to make sure that women's cricket is at the forefront here. So that's just always been my argument, is that it's never been about equal pay, but it's all about the opportunity. And just because you're born male versus female shouldn't mean that you get more opportunities than who you sit next to in class who's a female. So that's always been one of my big arguments.
And I think part of that opportunity is the resource. So resource then takes care of all of the other parts, which salary is part of, prize money is another part, and then the other opportunities that come with the role of being a professional athlete. And it's not about one thing. And I think one of the dangers is that organisers of events have focused on, we've provided equal prize money and therefore we're providing the same event or opportunity to the women as we are to the men. But that it's not just about the finance, it's about everything else behind it. So if the race is less safe, it's over fewer days, it's over a shorter distance, then the money side of it is just one small thing.
Absolutely.
And if you don't have the opportunity, you can't prove yourself to be, you shouldn't have to prove yourself, but you can't promote yourself in the same way because you're not getting that chance to, with eyeballs on you in the stadium like this.
It's not just one tick box. There's a lot of things you've got to do. It's not just the money. So what are some of the challenges that you faced as a woman in sport that might be surprising to people listening to this or watching this today?
I don't think mine would surprise anyone, but it's just the fact that I've had to wear male clothes for a lot of my career in cricket. Male
clothes?
Yeah, like everything was male fit kit. It's only probably been in the last 5 or 6 years that our sponsor brands have started making female fit kit. Even like cricket pads, gloves, they're small men's sizes,
Boots
like
as well, though,
boots.
as well.
Yeah, there's not really any female specifically.
And some of them are not small enough.
Not small, yeah, because
There are
our
girls
feet are
sticking
naturally
tissues in cricket boots to make them smaller.
And it's 2025, and you think cricket is big enough and sports are big enough that you would think that we had our own. I know of a few companies that are in the market now, but yeah, for a lot of my career, I've worn men's clothes, and like I look back to some of my debut outfits and the training kit I wore, and I was like drowned, and I'm representing my country, and I was like, gosh, I look a shambles. So yeah, I don't know whether that would surprise anyone actually, but that's, I mean,
it is surprising. I didn't realise.
It's still going on now.
Well, I think the other thing that kind of follows on from that is that we got women's fit in cycling, but I opted for men's fit because women's fit meant it was shorter shorts, it was a shorter jersey, it didn't account for what an athlete body was, like it was just one shape. So I wanted something that was narrower, that was longer in the leg because it's more aero, didn't need it to be super short. I wanted the jersey not to ride up to above my belly button because I have a long body. So for us in cycling, whilst there was an attempt to create a women's fit, for me just going for the extra small men's was the better way of doing it. And I think it goes to show that all shapes and sizes do sport. So what we need is to have that breadth of range. We don't need to have just this sort of fit. Like if jeans can do it, you can have different, you can go into a shop and be completely confused by the different styles of jeans. Yes. The short, the boyfriend, the this, the that, the skinny, the not skinny, the bell bottom, whatever they are. Why can't we do that in sports kit? And so I've tried to go female fit, but it's not for this female.
Yeah.
One of the things I didn't anticipate when I became a mum was just how often babies would need feeding.
I know that.
No, but like literally, you finish feeding them, you'll get one effort in, you'll need to feed them again. Like that effort was less than a minute. You're hungry again. So I basically had either of them in the other end of the track centre away from the GB pet area where Barney was with them playing, and I'd go and breastfeed in between efforts to make sure that A, there was not anyone screaming the velodrome down, but B, to make sure that then I could concentrate on what I was going to do. So having a settled and fed baby, however frequent that feeding was the best way for me to handle that early few months of motherhood before they went on to solids and mixed feeding. But yeah, it's just like, okay, so we're going to have you in the track centre and I'm just going to feed you after every effort. That'll be the way we do it. And that surprised me. I didn't expect. Yeah. But I also didn't expect how it was possible to juggle. And obviously I was lucky that Barney was able to come with me and do everything, or my mum was able to come with me and help support that. And it certainly meant that I came back quicker from each of my pregnancies. But yeah, it was the lengths that you go to. And you can turn anything into a breastfeeding sports bra if you need to.
Absolutely.
One thing that's not necessarily been a challenge for myself personally, but I think something that still surprises me in 2025 is how little research is done around women and periods and athletes and sport and stuff like that. Because I feel like a lot of our blueprints are taken from the men's side of sport, and actually, it happens once a month to every single female around the world. So there should be so much more research and a lot more training that is tailored towards women, I think, than
there is actually a lot of opportunity. But the challenge we have, so I work with Manchester Met Uni, is that a lot of athletes don't want to contribute their data. And so we have a role as older athletes. I'm working with MMU on studies into perimenopause and menopause, so that athletes, as they get older, there's still opportunity. Because if you look at the female population in age group sport, then there's a huge field for the men, and then there's a very small number of women competing. If you look at triathlons or cycling, or even in running as well. Running's perhaps closer to being 50-50, but we still have a challenge. Ultra running is where female athletes seem to go really well because they do get better with age, and the gap between male and female in ultra distance is actually a lot less. But there's they really struggle to get the cohorts together to be able to do the studies, and I think it's really important that if there are women out there who are struggling, the young athletes that are struggling, that they are willing to contribute their data and what they're finding, because there are a lot of myths as well around cycles and training to your cycle, but you've got to manage your symptoms and train like everyone else, because not everyone has those problems. So what we need to do is try and give them that confidence that it's not going to compromise them as an athlete. If they let out those secrets, it's not going to make them judged. Because I think a lot of women feel, or a lot of young athletes say, if I admit this feels like it's a weakness, and if I admit that I'm struggling with cramps or pain or debilitating symptoms, then I'll be judged and that'll be part of my selection for something. And that's absolutely not the case, but I think that's one of the reasons why we have fewer athletes contributing to the studies that are out there. And most of the studies are done on sub-elite, and that obviously doesn't necessarily work when you've got athletes who are full-time. So amateurs. Right. So they're sort of regional and national aspiring athletes, or they are older in a sense that they are in their 30s, they're not in their teens and 20s. And there's lots of reasons for wanting to study at all ages of the menstrual age, sort of child rearing age, because you need to see where bone density usually peaks at around 19, 20, 21 years of age. And the menstrual cycle has an impact. So a healthy menstrual cycle and laying down good bone density will help mean that it tails off less as you get older. When you lose estrogen and progesterone, then in your 40s, that's where bone density can really plummet. So all of those things are kind of interlinked, and trying to make sure that we have enough for those younger athletes. But it goes back to that challenge, is if you can't see it, you can't be it. Yeah. They're not coming into the sport in the first place. There isn't enough of them to be able to study either. And then they have that, oh gosh, what if I'm judged kind of feeling. So there's lots of challenges.
Yeah, it's the taboo though, isn't it? It's still the taboo within the country of that periods are just things to be quiet about and not have to, talk about.
And if you're having trouble, there's absolutely lots of support that can be provided to make sure those symptoms don't impact your ability to train, because there's lots of people who have no symptoms at all and are being really successful, and that shouldn't be the case. And I've got friends in cycling who have, and also in canoeing, who have come back from really debilitating endometriosis and won gold medals. And they were told, oh, you'd never be able to do this, you'll never be able to do that. And I think there's a difference between kind of primary care medicine through the NHS route and then sports medicine, and the support that we can give people with more challenging conditions around the menstrual cycle to mean that that doesn't impact on their ability to perform as an athlete.
My guest on this edition of Beyond the Boundary is somebody who's been synonymous with Lancashire cricket for over 60 years. Started as a player in the 60s, went on to captain the side, play for England, then became an umpire, first-class umpire, coached Lancashire, coached England, and became one of the 21st century's fantastic and best broadcasters. It is David Lloyd. David, it's great to see you. Where did it all begin then?
Well, back in 1965, and it began on the ground, and it's obvious is that, but when you played for Lancashire boys, you played here, which is a great place when you've got the committee and the coaches or whoever who can see the young talent coming on. We played right at the corner, right at the end, next to the pavilion, the old pavilion, and I did all right. So it was north v south, did okay. And then Lancashire versus Yorkshire and Cheshire, and did okay.
It was a fair trek in then when you when you used to start as a junior professional. Felt like it was a fair trek in from Accrington in the 60s.
It were 3 buses for a start. When buses upstairs, it were for smokers. Now I've never smoked in my life. I had the filthy habit. But you always wanted to go upstairs to sniff these blokes smoking these senior service and Capstan full strength. And you put your kit bag If you remember, when you got on the bus, there was like a well. So you put your kit bag in. There was no chance of anybody nicking it. It was always there when you got to Moseley Street. I got to Moseley Street. And then I think I caught the 48 bus up to close by the football ground and then had to walk. But I wasn't the only one. There were lots of us came in that same sort of journey.
And you came into a Lancashire environment. I think, let's be fair, in the early mid-60s, Lancashire weren't in a period of success, but they had some fantastic players. One of the finest bowlers of all time in Brian Statham, for one. Jeff Puller, Ken Higgs, Jack Bond was around.
Do you know, it's an absolute mystery. When you look at the calibre of players, you think there's some wonderful players, but you're dead right, we couldn't bat. We couldn't get runs. And Statham and Higgs got 100 wickets each, and I think we finished second bottom. And it was always, the laws of the game, or the structure of the competition was really odd. They kept chopping and changing, and I recall that you had to come out at 65 overs, you had to come out at 100 overs and declare 3-day matches, uncovered pitches. So you're always sort of manufacturing games to fit the 3 days, because inevitably, particularly here, we were losing so much to the weather. You look at Old Trafford now and the drainage, which is state of the art. Back in the 60s, no, it was just natural soil, and if it rained, you'd deluge and puddles everywhere. You just didn't play. And so we were always constantly manufacturing games over a 3-day period on uncovered pitches.
Mm. What about your first impressions then of Brian Statham and Jeff Puller? Brian was captain in the 60s, fantastic bowler, but not perhaps the best captain.
Well, we used to, Tommy Greenuff and I, and sometimes we'd play together. And Tommy used to say, we'll be coming on any time now. I said, how do you know that? He says, because the 48 bus has just gone past. He says, at 5 to 1, we usually come on when that goes past. So, and it's uncanny. That's a number of times that you get that last over before lunch, if the seamers had bowled first up in the morning. But Statham was a wonderful man. He was a fantastic man. And he just led by example, really. Jeff Puller was brilliant. Absolutely magnificent. He's a left-handed opening batter. Here's this kid from Accrington coming in, batting at number 8, showing a bit of promise. And he would know that he's going to elevate, this young kid's going to elevate, and eventually he'd open the batting, which is what I did. But Jeff helped me all the way. He looked after me.
Was cricket your first love? Because you were a good footballer and all,
no, it still isn't my first love. I like horse racing, golf and football. I'm an absolute football fanatic. I love football, particularly lower league football. And I still go and watch whenever I can. York City, I live over York Way now, so we go and watch York City. I'm a season ticket holder there. They're in National League North. And even now, I take my boots with me, thinking I might get a do, because they're not very good. And of course, Accrington Stanley is my club.
But you were synonymous with the resurrection of Accrington Stanley, weren't you?
Yeah, I was a director for a while, and then my mate bought the club. And he pulled me on one side. He said, "I've got some bad news." He said, "I know you're a director." He said, "but I'm sacking all the directors. I don't want any of them. I'm running the show." I said, "Thank you, thank you. It's costing me a fortune, this." Because if one of the players, and this is in the bad old days, if he got subbed and wanted a shower and went and put the shower on, the floodlights went off. So we had to have a new electric system and so on. But we've now got a cracking club.
It's a bit different now. I've read in the papers this week that there's going to be a new champagne bar.
Yeah, it
Not
is
something
brilliant.
That is synonymous with Accrington.
No, I think that'll struggle really. We've got it's a conference centre, which is, I think it's 400 or 450. Hospitality and conference centre, which is bang on. And now we've never had it, tarmac. We've got tarmac up there now, which is great when you drive your car in. But your cracking club now, Andy Holt is the owner, the chairman, and he's done a brilliant job.
Let's just come back to Lancashire and the late 60s. There was a sea change in Lancashire's performances. It was the start of a fantastic era of one-day success. What triggered that?
I think the club had in the 60s, there was this unrest. And then we got a great chairman. I mean, gregarious, right up front, a bloke called Sedbergh Rhodes. And he shook the place. He absolutely shook it up. And you know, a lot of things you'd say, I didn't like that about Sedbergh, and I didn't like that about Sedbergh, but he was here every day, fully hands-on. And he gave the club a real shake. And then Jack Bond took over as captain. When they were scratching their heads, thinking, who should we make captain? Jack
to
was
replace,
in the twos.
Replace Statham.
It'd be to replace Brian Statham.
Yeah.
And I think they advertised in the Telegraph for a captain. That might have been before Brian Statham. But Bondy was playing in the twos. And they give him the job. And I would think that would be short term at the time. But it coincided and corresponded with a lot of young lads coming from club cricket. And you were playing Saturday, Sunday club cricket, league cricket, knockout cricket. We all came together from different areas. Lads from down St Helens, Ken Shuttleworth, lads from up Mosley Way, Staley Bridge, John Sullivan, Harry Pilling, lads from down Lancashire League, myself, and latterly Jack Simmons. And it clicked. And suddenly we got a one-day team playing one-day cricket to full houses. And they were glory days, real glory days. When you consider Sunday League, I think you started at 2 o'clock. You've got to finish your first innings at 4:10. Be 16, 20,000 on here. And again, when you do interviews like this, you can recall there were no advertising boards. They didn't have any. They weren't that sort of. It wasn't that sort of club. There'd be half a dozen people would work in the offices. That's it. And so the crowd used to spill onto the pitch with a boundary rope, and the crowd behind the boundary rope, and you could have 4,000 or 5,000 people sat on the ground. And so it was a great atmosphere. I mean, a fortress right on top of you, the crowd.
What was Jack Bond's secret then? Because
man management.
And undoubtedly, he had some good players, or some good players who were starting to come to the fore. I'm thinking of Lever and Shuttleworth and Lloyd and Wood. And the overseas players, Clive Lloyd and Farooq Engineer. But Bondy's big secret, man management.
He got the great name, Bond. That was what he did. He bonded a team together. He was totally unselfish. And if we were in a jam, he'd go in and sort of stick it out, grind it out. If we were flying, he'd drop down and send John Sullivan or anybody else to give it a whack, Simo and David Hughes. So he was honest, unselfish, and great man management. I mean, he managed me. I could get a bit volatile, and he could manage me, no problem.
You say you were volatile, David, and that stuck with you probably through your career and probably still a little bit in your life now. But you've obviously learned to temper yourself. How much of an influence was Jack Bond on you in your future, not only as a cricketer, but when you became captain and then coach, then an umpire? How much did Jack Bond influence you?
He was a massive influence, and two others at the club were massive influences, Edward Slinger and Bob Bennett. They were great influences, and they knew how to calm me down, how to sort of shut me up a little bit, as did Jack. But Jack must have seen something to push me as captain, because he was going to retire, and he told me that, follow me, watch what I do. And we went on holiday together, actually, and he said that, you know, you'll probably be captain, and you've got to pick things up, and you've got to learn how to step back a bit. I'm a lot better than I used to be. I think I'm all right now. you know, Jack believed in me for a start. But I've got to tell you a funny story. We went, at the end, when he was retiring, he was finishing, and I'm getting wind that I'm going to be captain. We go to Germany on an end of season jolly to, I think I'm in Frankfurt or somewhere. And this is an end of season jolly to end all end of season jollies. And we sort of celebrated every night, well into the night. He's made me captain for this next game. So at night time, I thought I've got to get to bed, I've got to go to bed early. And I start mapping out on bits of paper where fielders should stand and so on. The morning after, we turn up and I was like, captain, here we go, get yourself sorted out. There's only 2 turned up. So we tossed up, well, we'll have a bat. And we batted like, it's a 35 over game, batted like, and kept looking, is there anybody else coming? And then Harry Pillin and John Sullivan staggered out of a room. Keith Goodwin, he spent all, it's like an army camp, he spent all day saluting all the soldiers, because he used to be in the army, and waving aeroplanes off, so I couldn't get him to the ground. And we shored up, I think it was me and Edward Slinger, rather me and Edward, and me and Bob Bennett, who opened the batting and just had to shore things up. And I've got all these bits of paper in my pocket as to where I could put my fielders. I've only got 2.
I don't know. It's not quite like that now. I'll tell you. So that was basically after a very successful period. Lancashire had won the Gillette Cup 3 years on the trot, John Player League twice, and you then became captain in '73, following on from Jack, and were captain relatively young, weren't you?
Yeah,
what were you, 25, 26?
I might have been 26, 27. And we were just on the wane, you know, just on the cusp, right, you know, just on our sell-by date, if you will. And, you know, you're missing Clive. Clive, if West Indies were here, that's it, gone. And you didn't replace, you didn't say, oh, we'll get somebody else in for 3 or 4 weeks. And so, you know, we lost the kingpin player, lost the number 1. Farooq, God bless him, what a wonderful character within the team, belligerent batsman, brilliant wicket-keeper, just coming to the end. And so we did all right, and we continued Gillette Cup success, getting to finals. I think you've done great if you get to finals, particularly at that time in the 70s. If you keep getting to finals, you're doing something right. And during my time, we got to 3.
You won it again in 75.
Won it in 75. In 74, 76, we were just on the wrong end. We played Kent. And I think Alan Knott was man of the match. He got 15. And it was one of them dismal, nasty, horrible days and horrible pitch. And the game didn't happen, really. And we got beat by Northampton as well. Although Northampton at that time had a really good side. They had a good team.
But Lancashire, let's say since '68, have had various 11s, teams, that have been hugely successful in one-day cricket and have only ever won the county championship once.
Yeah.
Why is that? Why? Is it the glamour of one-day cricket, do you think?
Yeah, partly. In the early days, with uncovered pitches, particularly on this side, and I know you can say, well, Yorkshire were very successful on the east side. The rain comes up here and it drops buckets on Old Trafford, and that definitely hampered us from the players that we had. But I mentioned Cedric Rhodes, and from the club perspective, he would make us fully aware that one-day cricket pays the rent. You know, we're filling the ground every time we play a one-day game, and you're winning. And spectators are clamouring for tickets, sold out every time. So we were under no illusions that one-day cricket was priority at the club. And if you did okay in championship cricket, good. You know, you did all right. Yeah, you're doing all right. We had, I know we had 1 year where we were second and pushing to be champions. And we had a rain-curtailed game, final match down at Sussex. And it didn't just happen. And Tony Gregg, I think, was captain at Sussex at the time. And we just didn't push on and finished up 4th But we had a really good season then. But one-day cricket was the king.
On a personal level, your cricket playing, it's a long time ago now, but it tends to get pushed back into the periphery because you've done so much in the game. But you had an England career which was perhaps too short, just less than 10 games, but you averaged 42 as an opener. Were you frustrated that you didn't play more for England and do better as an individual?
No, I thought I'd run my race, my time were up really. I'd only get into that team if Geoffrey Boycott wasn't around. Dennis Amis was a fantastic player. John Edrich had opened and just dropped down. So, you know, these are stellar players. And Boykes, for whatever reason, got injured when I got into the team. So I'm in form. They're looking for an opener. I got in, did all right. And of course I averaged 42, which helps when you got 214 not out in one knock. That run half helped get the average up. And so I went to Australia. I'd never really been out of England. Had a ball. We had a great time, great tour, great opponents, and they beat us 4-1 because they were far better. But I knew at the end of that, you know, once, and I come back with an injury, with a neck injury, which has reared its head like you wouldn't believe in this last 12 months. And I knew that if I wasn't fit and I wasn't in form, they'd look somewhere else, which they did.
Did you think to yourself then that the step up to international level was perhaps, unless you were playing at your very, very best, was just a bit beyond you?
Yeah, I did. You know, when I played here in England against India and Pakistan, I felt, yeah, well at home. Yeah, I'm good enough for this. But when we went to Australia, you come up against Rodney Marsh, who's recently passed away, the Chappells, Thompson and Lilly, Max Walker, and Ashley Mallett. You know, that were tough. And they were better than us, which is how it is. If they win 4-1, and we had good players, but they were better than us.
I'm just thinking that you know, your formative experiences, coming from Accrington, playing for Lancashire, your time under Jack Bond, your time as a leader for Lancashire, and then your time playing as an opening bat for England, probably set you in really good stead for what you were going to do in future. You went to be an umpire, and then you went to be a coach. Did you have a career path planned?
Definite.
And you really wanted to be, I mean, you were on the verge of becoming an international umpire when you went back into coaching.
Yeah. In my latter stages, so in my early 30s, early to mid 30s, I finished when I was 36. And I always said I wish I'd have finished when I was 32. And I'd gone in to see Chris Hassel when I was 32 and said, look, I'm thinking of calling a day because I want to do this. And he said, we'd like you to carry on. I carried on to 36, which was a mistake. I could have done 2 years, could have done to 34. But there were two things, that coming back from England and realising I'm just going to be a county player, I changed my game. I started being a bit of a dasher, where I was careful, building innings, you know, leave the ball. I started going after it, and I thoroughly enjoyed that. And the other thing, that when I was 30s, I took all my coaching badges, which is the best thing I did, whilst I was playing. I did all this whilst I was playing. And you know what I'm like. I'm coming back from these coaching winters, which are tough, down at Lillishall. Real tough. And I'm wanting to put all these ideas into play. And Bondi and Sav, just shut up. You just look, you just sit. Well, just sit down. We're not interested. We're not interested. But I got all these badges, and
you were always a great thinker about the game, a great theorist, and you developed into a wonderful innovator, didn't you? Through your time as Lancashire coach initially.
Love that. First up, I came with David Hughes. Yozza and Alan Ormrod had parted company. I think Alan had gone. Hughesy was here, and I came in and looked after the twos. That was a great time. I enjoyed that. Then Yossi left, and I was elevated to do the job, and so I was in cahoots with the groundsman, a bloke called Peter Marron. Pete Marron, me and him, and we had a dressing room attendant, called Ron Spriggs. So I used to get in here, and so we're in the pavilion, all this side, and I wanted an office. I wanted to be away, but if I want to pull a play, I want to come in here, I want to sit down and that. Pete Marron made me an office in the defunct urinals. And so he boarded these urinals up and proper lavish, but blocked them all off, and that was my office. It was brilliant. Right at the back of the pavilion, overlooking the police station and the town hall. And so every morning I'd get in here at 7:30, and Pete Marron and Ron Spriggs would come up and sit with me, with three of us round the table. And it sort of reminds me of like Bill Shankly and the boot room at Liverpool. And Spriggs would make the tea, big pint pots of tea, put them down. And Spriggs would sit down. He said, "Have you seen that lad in the twos? He said, he should be in the first team. I don't know how you're not picking him." And so Ron Spriggs thought he were picking the team. But it was, round the dressing room, I think I hit them hard, the players at that time, because I had all these slogans round the dressing room, all, commitment, character, charisma, all over there. And they're coming in and what that. I said, that's what we are. That's what we are. I had a sign also, "This is Old Trafford."
You were ahead of your time in that, though, really, I think, in terms of coaching. I think you innovated that sort of approach. I remember you playing music to the players as well.
Yeah, little bit.
Stir them up or calm them down, whichever.
Yeah, stir them up. But when you say you play music, there were little clips, like a minute and a half, nothing more than that. And then I got them all to choose their own clip and play that. And so I wanted them to go out. I wanted to run down the steps at Old Trafford and flipping charge onto the field and let everybody know, particularly the Oppo, that we're here for business. That's what we do. And the one thing I said to the lads, I didn't say a lot. I said, we might not be the best batters, we might not be the best bowlers, but we will be the best fielders. We work like stink on fielding and fitness, so that we're just swarming all over them in the field. And that, I always, particularly one-day cricket, I had lads like Gary Yates, Peter Martin, young Glenn Chappell, Ian Austin, my lad Graham, Neil Fairbrother, Crawley, Atherton, Gallion, name them all.
Fantastic team, that.
Brilliant team. I said, in one-day game, you switched on. I said, there'll be one moment that we have to win. It's that moment of magic, that when somebody picks the ball up and runs him out. And I'll never forget, played Yorkshire on here, big game, Darren Lehman. He's probably the best overseas player they've had. And I said, we run him out. He's got a bit of weight, look at him, tubby. He's a bit tubby. I said, we run him out. I said, he'll want to get to the other end. We run him out. I said, if he's on strike, ball 5-6, tighten up, infield, tighten it up. We're running him out. Forget the other geezer, run him out. And it were our Graham. It was rapid. Graham was ready. You wouldn't think
low
so.
To the ground as well.
He was low to the ground, and he picked, and I'm on that balcony there, across the other side. And as soon as he's pushed, his sort of back foot, which he's got another yard to make up, because he's on the back. He's pushed it, and Graham's moved round at cover like slow motion. And I've got hold of the edge of the and run him out, and he hit the stumps full on. And he would get no DR, none of that business, and we'll go to the umpire upstairs, and the square leg umpire give him out. And I'm jumping about on the balcony.
You had a very talented team. I don't think there's ever been a good coach of a bad side, has there?
No.
But let's forget that.
Yeah.
You were a good coach of a good team.
We forgot a bloke called Akram.
Oh yeah, he was quite good. Yeah, well, there you go. If you have him, you've got two players in one, and one of the best ever, haven't you?
Well, I get asked every time, what's your best World 11 that you've seen? So I start at number 8, I just put Akram, and at number 9 I put Warren, and then build the rest of it. Yeah.
Yeah, well, let's just break off. Shane Warne recently died in tragic circumstances. For me, he was the best spin bowler I've ever seen, and one of the top 3 cricketers I've ever seen.
And a great bloke.
Top bloke.
Fantastic bloke.
Kind.
Yeah, very, very generous.
Yeah.
Great mate. I'll tell you how good a mate he is from the other end of the world. If you're in adversity, he'll ring you. He'll just give you a call. And so that was a tragedy, but he lived life to the full. Sleeping was a damn nuisance. And so the whole cricket world will miss him. And there's been some great players. There's been some of the greatest players haven't been the nicest people. This bloke was top drawer.
And you were always a great admirer of spin bowling as well, and spin bowlers. Would he be the best you've seen?
Yeah, he is. Murally.
Yeah,
he's right up there.
Yeah.
And when you talk about spin ball, he's talking spin. Rip it, make it go both ways, which both of them lads could do. And so he championed the game, did Shane Warne. Not just resting back and, you know, I'm a great bowler, look at me, I'm brilliant. He championed the game of cricket, he cared.
He'd control the game as well, wouldn't he?
Oh, aye.
He would come under his spell, whether you were on his side or more importantly, if you were against it.
He'd make damn sure that him at the other end is playing me, not the ball. He used to, I mean, when I was in England, when we'd play against him, I said, don't play him, play the ball. He'll be right into you, which he was. He loved that aspect of it. Just a stare and a chip and a bit of something.
And a hugely perceptive commentator in
brilliant.
Later
Absolutely brilliant. Well. Big regret that he didn't become Australia captain. He couldn't become Australia captain, but you know, he had a very colourful life, and he will be sorely missed.
Okay, back to you. Back to your coaching, which you did with considerable success for Lancashire. It wasn't long before you were recognised by the England hierarchy and appointed England coach. That must have been a fantastic time of your life.
It was, with Atherton as captain. You know, that was a good combo. And Raymond Illingworth was doing the whole job, if you remember. He was Supremo. But Illy was great. You know, when I came in and took over that side of things, of sort of preparing the team. So let's look at that time in the late 90s, the coach, you know, I would expect him to...
Sorry to interrupt, but it's not a bad blueprint for where we are now with English cricket, the way it was then. Because we're basically rudderless at the moment, I think.
Yeah.
But anyway, go back to you.
Yeah, so Illy was doing everything. I came in to prepare the team. That's how it was. I always looked at, if I have to tell this bloke who's opening the batting for England how to hold the bat, there's something wrong. But you prepare them to play, and you're giving them knowledge, strengths and weaknesses of the opposition. We had monitors and VHS videos, all that sort of thing of this is how he plays, these are his vulnerable points, this is you doing brilliantly, by the way. Put little clips on, and that worked, and that was different. Nobody else was doing it. Nobody was doing that sort of thing. But the main thing for me would be to prepare the team and then hand it over to Michael Atherton or Alex Stewart.
The captain.
Because he's running the show then. There's nothing you can do over 5 days.
Were you not helped tremendously by the fact there was an influential, stable individual who was in charge of the ECB at the time, and that was Ian McLaurin?
Yeah, McLaurin was good, and he came in, and you could tell from his big business and test scores and chairman that he was a bit taken aback, and he had to.
What, by the? Yeah. Was there an amateurish nature?
Yeah. That's exactly.
Without being unkind.
Yeah, it needed to.
But you tried to bring it into the professional area. You've already said we did video analysis.
Yeah.
We prepared the play. We didn't coach them. We weren't technical with them.
No, but we had technical people, like as they do now. We had a bowling coach, batting coach, wicket-keeping coach who would work with the players. So if I'm head coach, I'm sort of preparing everything and organising everything, and then it's over to the captain who's not had to do anything with that. That's your job now, the team. You work the team tactically. You cannot start, as I did with Winker, start shouting, move him round there. Atherton, Stuart, or whoever, captains the side. No, if you don't like the captain, change him. But that's the way that it was.
But weren't you, in conjunction with Ian McLaurin, instrumental in bringing in central contracts?
No, I wanted.
You wanted
behind the scenes, it were always central contracts, but there was no money. They didn't have the money. And then there became a big sea change in the year 2000 when broadcast deals started up. And that's when England got on a level footing with the rest of the world with central contracts. Whereas players were, it's not just to play for England is an icing on the cake. Playing for England is your job. That's what you do for a living. And that's where you get your money. And now, fabulously, they're well paid. Cricketers are pretty well paid.
Who do you have, Anderson or Statham?
Oh,
Two Lancashire.
Well, number one, I'd say I want both of them for a kick-off. Anderson or Statham. Uncovered pitches. Anderson or Statham.
You can't pick, can you?
You can't.
Really,
You can't.
I mean,
Do you know?
I know Jimmy's career in numbers is far superior to Brian's.
Yeah.
But
in Test match numbers.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's not in career number. Brian got 2,500 wickets.
Yeah. But about the same pace. About 85, lively enough, deadly accurate. Statham, in uncovered pitches, used to knock a little channel out. We're not talking about pitches with loam and clay, just the soil of the area. He'd knock a little strip out because of the accuracy.
The size of a dinner mat, wouldn't it?
Yeah.
Basically.
Yeah, and Jim's the same. Yeah, it's that God-given talent that they bowl that length that is so awkward for any batter. There's a magic length. It's a span of about that.
It's the length that says to the batsman, do you play forward
or do I play back? And by the time you've made your mind up, you've nicked it.
That's it.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's simple, but so hard to do.
Yeah.
Don't mind you not being definitive on that, that's fine. You've been in the game, as I said earlier, and we'll come to the end of this shortly, in best part of 60 years, in all your guises. And your broadcasting and your speaking has sort of sat in the background for a lot of it, and obviously not in the last 20 years, but you'll have seen an inordinate number of cricketers. And I'll put you on the spot now. I want you to tell me who you think is the best player you've seen who played for England for a start.
Kevin Peterson.
Yeah, really?
Yeah, number one, Kevin Peterson.
Because he could just bend everybody to his will and
do extraordinary things. And from the job that we did, he got you on the edge of your seat. You know, powerful, big, tall, commanding, reminded me a lot of Ted Dexter. Same sort of build and had a presence. And Peter, I don't know Peterson. I don't know Kevin Peterson at all, really. Just say hello to him. But as an England player, he was my number one. Graham Gooch, brave, thorough, dedicated. Geoffrey Boycott, get past that. Get past that flipping lot. And I've had that many up and downers with him. Oh, with Lancashire, Yorkshire like that.
Yeah.
But I still class him as one of my best mates. Yeah. You're talking nonsense. I don't talk as much nonsense as you.
He's an awkward son. So,
oh, dear me.
But fanatical about the game, and does he ever talk sense about it?
Yeah. Yeah, well, he doesn't now because he's gone.
Yeah.
Must be crackers.
Anyway. Okay. Peterson, the best played for England, in general. Any country. Give me a player.
Batter?
Yeah, whatever.
Me three. I could qualify this and say the three favourite players are all West Indians.
Good.
Gary Sobers, Viv Richards, Brian Lara. Them three.
All left-handed batters as well.
Great, yeah. great players, Ricky Ponting, and there's the big debate that we can do it here in Lancashire's dressing room. You try and have this debate in Mumbai. Who's the best player, Sachin Tendulkar or Virat Kohli? Now, I've seen them both, I've worked on them both. Both unbelievably talented, and I've only got one place in my team. I've got one place at number 4, number 5, whatever. Who am I going to pick? Virat Kohli. Now, I've just alienated a country. They've got, but I'd have Virat Kohli, a real battler. I like that type of player. Another of my favourite players, Javed Miandad. Just a real battler. I get stuck in. Another of my favourite player. Now, I haven't got. I wanted to tell you.
No.
I wanted to tell you.
Tell me.
So my favourite and all time. We've all talked batters there.
Yes.
Wasim Akram.
I was going to say.
Akram.
You've left Akram out.
Well, Akram.
And
every time.
Yeah. I think
and his mate Wakar.
He was
great
phenomenal,
man.
Akram.
Wakar, brilliant man. The pair of them together.
Yeah.
Wasim and Wakar.
Yeah. Okay. Just before we say ta-ra, you've done everything in the game. I don't think there's anything you haven't done. Probably professionally scored the game, but that's by the by. Notching, yeah. So playing, captaining, coaching, umpiring, broadcasting, which element of your varied career have you enjoyed the most?
Well, at 75 years of age, broadcasting, although at the minute I'm out of work worldwide.
Won't be for long.
But, well, there's no better than playing, is there? Yeah. I loved umpiring. My lad umpires, my eldest lad, and I just said to him, don't take it too seriously. I said, because we've all been players and we're never out. Batters are never out, never. In this changing room, Livy comes up to me.
Well, he's never out, Livy.
Well, he comes up to me, and he's a flipping handy lad. Yeah. He can look after himself, Livingston. Yeah. He said, can you tell that lad of yours that you can't be out LBW if you hit on the pad playing a shot and you're outside the line of the stumps? And how quick as I didn't miss a beat, I was straight back at him. I said, you mean to tell me you've been hit on the leg out there? It's the flattest thing I've ever... You've been hit on the leg? I said, you should be able to bat out there without pads. I said, no excuse for getting... I'd have given you out just for getting hit on the leg, and walked off, and he looked at me.
David, thank you very much indeed. 75 now and still going strong. Keep going forever. Old Trafford was the place, the destination for you?
Absolutely. And here I am. I had a very good upbringing. I was very fortunate in having excellent parents. My mum, my dad, my brother Darius, who was...
He got you into cricket, really, didn't he? Well, your father played tennis and was quite sporty.
Dad was the captain of Grand Medical College.
Was he?
He was a doctor. Never had any coaching as such. We used to get fielding practice, and just being in that club, savouring the atmosphere where all the great men played, using its facilities as a, you know, out on the pitch. A lot of people tell you, gosh, you could have easily got 100 the way you were going and all that. No, man, I was just pleased to be not out and there. And then first over after lunch, although I'm blowing my own trumpet here, that I was the last person to get a test 100 at the Brevin Stadium.
Against England?
Against England. I'm sorry, Paul.
Welcome to Emirates Old Trafford for another edition of Beyond the Boundary. And I'm delighted to say this morning I have one of Lancashire's finest, born in India though, and one of Lancashire's first overseas players, Farooq Engineer, alongside me. Farooq, it's great to see you, and on a cold, frosty, foggy morning like this, I often wonder why you've made Lancashire or Cheshire your home, and you must be hankering after the warmth of Mumbai.
Very good morning to you, Paul. Lovely to see you as always. And thank you for the very kind words. Yes, indeed. Why I chose to live in Lancashire. Lancashire made me feel so much at home. You know, as you probably know, I was offered contracts by 4 counties, Worcestershire, Somerset, Hampshire and Lancashire. But somehow Lancashire had a ring to it. You know, Lancashire had a great history. You know, you had great players, the great wicket-keepers like George Duckworth and all that before me. And Lancashire just seemed, and funny enough, I was a Lancashire supporter living in Bombay, never having seen a Lancashire match, but like people are Manchester United supporters, you know. And so Lancashire, as soon as they offered me the contract, you know.
Yeah, there's something about doing a little bit of research for this. You said that you came to Lancashire because of its history and because of the ground. So that must have sparked the imagination of a young Farooq Engineer.
Indeed.
Playing
Old Trafford. I mean,
you played through the 60s for India and into the 70s.
Yeah.
So Old Trafford was the place, the destination for you.
Absolutely, and here I am.
Yeah, and here you are, and here you still are.
Still are, very much so.
Now, let's talk a little bit about your early career, because you were from a reasonably well-to-do family. Your father was a doctor, and you were a Parsi, which is the last Parsi to play for India. Was that a slightly different upbringing to the rest of your
Yes,
in Mumbai?
When the British ruled India,
yeah,
I think the Parsis were the ones who came in greater contact, because the way we lived, you know, for example, I mean, we had bacon and eggs for breakfast. You know, I mean, how more British can you get?
So there was no
no
Muslim upbringing then at all.
No, I'm not a Muslim.
No, I know, I know.
Or a Hindu or anything like that. But the traditional Hindus have like a chapati and vegetables and all that for breakfast. A lot of Hindus don't eat eggs, you know? And of course there are religious restrictions. You know, the Muslims don't eat pork, and you know, and I respect all religions. You know, and I've been brought up to do that. But the Parsis, I mean, just eat, drink, and be merry. Our religion says 3 things: good thoughts, good words, good deeds.
And you've carried on being like that through your career.
I'm not sure about all the deeds, but yes, indeed. I had a very good upbringing. I was very fortunate in having excellent parents. My mum, my dad, my brother Darius, who was...
He got you into cricket, really, didn't he? Well, your father played tennis and was quite sporty.
Dad was the captain of Grand Medical College.
Was he?
He was a doctor.
Yeah, yeah.
And having a surname like Engineer, you know, you don't see the funny side of it, being called Dr. Engineer all your life. But Dad was the great character.
Yeah.
He came here in his later years and watched me play. He was a hot favorite at Old Trafford. I mean, Dad never used to really drink, and people used to get him pints and pints of bitter. So after the game, I'd see him in the lounge and say, "Dad, what are all these beers?" So they keep on getting me these, and I don't want it, you know. But he is a wonderful human being.
Yeah.
You know, and I'm truly blessed for that.
And in your, you played, or you were associated with the Brabourne Stadium and the CCCI, weren't you?
Indeed, as a kid.
Which is one of my favourite. It's one of the best grounds in the world.
I couldn't agree with you more. I couldn't agree with you more.
Fantastic setup.
Even now, it's
now.
a shame that due to political reasons, you know, Mr. Vijay Merchant and Mr. Wankade couldn't agree to terms, and not even a quarter mile from each other.
That's right.
You
well,
know,
the main stadium is the Wankade Stadium, which is down Marine Drive.
Indeed. Yeah. You know, and the Brabourne Stadium is, I mean, they still play cricket there, but Brabourne Stadium has got a lot of class. You know,
it has.
The Cricket Club of India,
yeah,
the traditional,
yeah,
you know, the Brabourne Stadium. These are really.
It's like the Lords of India.
Absolutely. Indeed.
And did you play in your formative years there, or did you just play the odd representative
I was invited
game
as a cricket member, an honorary cricket member, as a youngster, and that itself was a great boost to my career. You know, I can't thank the CCI enough for that, because we never had any coaching as such. We used to get field league practice and things like that, but just being in that club, savouring the atmosphere where all the great men played, you know, and using its facilities as a, you know, out on the pitch. And I'm very pleased to say, although I'm blowing my own trumpet here, that I was the last person to get a Test 100 at the Brevin Stadium.
Against England?
Against England. I'm sorry, Paul.
Was that Tony Lewis's side?
Was it Tony Lewis
I
or
think it
Tony
was.
Gray?
I think it was.
It was the last official Test match there.
Was that your highest score as well? 120?
I'm not sure about that.
Well, I think so.
Is it? Okay.
You got two.
I've never been one for.
No, but
Yeah.
that's great. Scoring 100 at
Yeah,
the
I got
Craven,
other one against the West Indies.
which was perhaps one you're more well known for because you
Indeed.
nearly got 100 before lunch.
I got 94 before lunch, and opening to the likes of Wes Hall, Charlie Griffith,
Renowned as
Gary Sobers, and
Lance Gibbs.
He didn't come on till the first ball after lunch.
What did you do? Whip him through mid-wicket for 4?
No. Lance Gibbs came on when I was 94, and everyone in the dressing room says, "Gosh, why didn't you get 100?" You know, Dilip Sardesai was my partner.
Yeah.
And when I was 92, I had a shot at Rohan Kanai. I hooked Wes Hall. Rohan Kanai at deep square leg, dived full length, and stopped to 4. The ball ricocheted. We could have easily got 2 runs, but Sardesai didn't want to take the second run. And he blocked the last over. My good mate Clive Lloyd.
Yes.
You know, I had a cover drive of Charlie Griffith, and Clive dived full length, and it touched his fingers, and you know, again he could have easily got 2, but you know we took 1 and Dilip batted the rest of the over. I mean, I'm not blaming Sardesai for that.
I think most people would settle for 94 before lunch
Yes,
in a
indeed.
Test match against that attack.
I was more than happy. But a lot of people tell me, "Oh gosh, you could have easily got 100 the way you were going and all that." No, man, I was just pleased to be not out and there. And then first over after lunch, I see Lance Gibbs come onto ball, and I hit him straight for 6, straight out of the stadium. I think the ball is still travelling. You know, they never found it. That's how I got
onto the
100.
beach.
On the beach, yes, indeed, yes.
Yeah. Well, when did you were renowned as a flamboyant cricketer, and slightly unusually in those days, and even now, you kept wicket obviously, but you opened the batting as well. I mean, that was quite a test for any individual to be able to keep and then open the batting.
I didn't consider it a task. It just came naturally, and I think it was an advantage to me because just having kept wickets, you're coming to open the batting. So your eyes already, you know what the pitch is doing, you know what the conditions are like. You're as near the pitch as the previous batsmen were. So you're halfway there, really, you know. And I preferred fielders behind me than all. I had some big gaps in front too. You know, I used to lift the ball a lot.
You did. I can lift him. Was your phrase, wasn't it? You used to say that to. That was one of your famous phrases in the Lancashire dressing room.
Yeah.
I think I can lift him.
Yes.
So, in other words,
Yes,
hit it in the air.
Indeed. And I used to play the scoop and all these stupid shots those days that the T20 people in IPL play these days. I tried to hit the ball where there were no fielders. You know, and if I lifted the ball in that direction, I knew it was pretty safe because there were no fielders to catch them or stop them.
I mean, I remember watching you as a schoolboy, sitting in the ladies' stand, opening the batting for Lancashire in the John Player League, and you became symptomatic with the way the new game, you know, it was a new game, should be played. You used to whack it through mid-wicket from ball 1. You used to work the ball.
Yes.
In a similar vein, I'll blow your trumpet for you now, to Viv Richards and more latterly Kevin Peterson. That's the way you played.
Yes, because I used to come right behind the ball. And when you come right behind the ball, the gaps open automatically, especially between mid-on and mid-wicket. So you're virtually playing with a straight bat, but you're placing the ball at an angle. And that gap gives you so many fours because there's never a fielder between mid-on and mid-wicket, you know, unless people are going for runs nowadays and all that. So I got a lot of runs in that area. So people thought I could only play on the onside. So when England came to India, Tony Greig or Tony Lewis, oh, he's an onside player. They packed all the onside and started bowling on the offside. And that's where I got all my runs. But yeah, I enjoyed my cricket basically, Paul.
But was it a conscious effort to play that way, or was it just a natural way of playing?
It was a natural way of playing.
I mean, you must have had a fantastic eye.
Yes.
Both as a keeper and as a batter.
Definitely helps. I was never coached, which is perhaps a blessing. You learn from your own mistakes. You know how we improved? I looked into a mirror when I got out sometimes, and I tried to play that shot, why I missed it, and the mirror told you everything. My bat was at an angle there, should have been going straighter, this and that. So I mean, you learn from your own mistakes, and there's no better way of learning, as long as you don't make the same mistakes again and again.
True.
And
well, you had a wonderful career for India in Test match cricket. You were before really the age of one-day cricket. You only played a handful of games because there weren't any.
I played the first World Cup
in
the first World Cup, Cricket World Cup.
Right. Yeah.
When Sunil Gavaskar got some batting practice, he decided to at Lord's.
He did.
Yeah. Great player, Sonny. And a great friend of mine. And
well, I've got your book here, Farooq, and he said Farooq Engineer, the original playboy of Indian cricket.
He's just getting his own back on me there. But Sonny and I are very dear friends.
Yeah.
I'd rather you read the Bradman's quote.
Okay, well, I'll read the Bradman bit then, Rookie. It says, I always enjoyed, this is Sir Donald Bradman, I always enjoyed Farooq's entertaining batsmanship and the way he enjoyed the game of cricket. He's one of the game's great ambassadors, on and off the field, always a delight to talk to, and without doubt, one of the world's great wicket-keeper batsmen. That's not bad coming from Sir Don Bradman. I'm not surprised you put it in the book.
That's why I asked you to read it.
Yeah, well, it's, and he's right. Fantastic. So, don't worry. So, look, wonderful career for India. But you were a bit of a maverick as well, because when you came to England, we already touched on coming to Lancashire and why you wanted to play for Lancashire. But you turned your back on domestic cricket in India at that time, almost.
Well, I did turn my back, really, because the games coincided. I was contracted with Lancashire.
Yeah.
And I just had to fulfill my contract.
Well, that's
I didn't believe in breaking.
Admirable.
Even when Lancashire had been very good to me, because when India toured England.
You only made yourself available for the Test matches?
Well, because...
I think that's great.
Because of my commitments with Lancashire.
Yeah.
I said Lancashire have been my,
that's
my bread
and butter, if you like.
Absolutely, bread and butter.
Yeah.
And it wasn't just the money, but I enjoyed playing county cricket. You played with the world's best here. You played with the world's against the world's best bowlers. You played in the most difficult conditions in the world, where the ball swings in the air and moves off the pitch a lot more than in any other country.
How did you find that when you came to England? Because playing on relatively flat, slow, low pitches in India makes keeping difficult. That the ball spins more in India.
Yes.
But you come here, it's completely different.
But you've got to adapt yourself, haven't you? You know what the conditions are there like. So over there, wicket-keeping, you rise with the ball. I mean, everywhere. A good wicket-keeper should rise. Listen, young wicket-keepers, rise with the ball. Very most important thing. A lot of keepers these days get up too soon.
Stand up and have to go down. The wrong way around.
Same with the first slip as well.
Yeah.
They get up, come, and that fraction of a second that's lost, results in a dropped catch or a dropped stumping or something. So rise with the ball, expect every ball to come in here. And the same principle applied over here, except that you rose a bit, bit quicker, because the ball bounced a little more, moved a little more. You anticipate the swing, the pitch and everything.
I'm chopping and changing a bit here, but you started keeping in '59, so late '50s into the '60s, and keepers traditionally in India were a little bit lazy then. They used to not bother taking the ball down the leg side.
Yeah, I'm glad you said it.
And blame the bowlers. Okay,
Paul, you hit the nail on the head. That is exactly what happened. Anything down the leg side, the wicket-keeper normally gave the bowler a bollocking. So what are you doing? Ball properly. Aim for these gloves.
Your first game, you took 2 leg side stumpings, which was unheard of.
Yeah, I'd never kept wickets in my life before. I had never kept wickets, and it was a club game.
Yeah.
And my brother, Darius, was a very, very good off-spinner. His finger used to rip. He used to give the ball a rip. He used to turn the ball from outside the off-stump way down the leg side.
Yeah.
You know, and I knew that he did that because I'd watched him play. I played him in the back garden, so you know.
Yeah, yeah.
And I was amazed that batsmen used to go for the on drive and miss, and they were out of the crease, and the ball just went for 4 byes. You know, why doesn't the wicketkeeper come round? You know, gather the ball and stump the batsman. And that's exactly what was in my mind. As soon as I saw the batsman step out, I was way down the leg side. And the same thing I followed, keeping to Brian Statham over here. Because Brian Statham, he never realized how good he was. Great bowler. Mind you, they used to pick the seam those days. And the seam was about huge those days. You know, George used to really give it a rip. And anything that pitched on the off and middle stump coming at that angle in, I was way down the leg side. Literally way down the leg side. And I got so many leg side catches of Brian Statham there.
Who's the best bowler you kept to? You've mentioned it. Surely you've just mentioned him, have you?
Brian Statham, I think, you know, would be one of the greatest.
Right up there.
You know, because right up there, because he cut them. He not only swung the ball, but he sort of cut the ball both ways, and with the seam or without. You know, he was a great bowler.
Lancashire had been in a very barren patch when you came. They hadn't won a trophy since 1950.
Yeah.
And in your time at Lancashire, from 68 to 75, 76, Lancashire won 4 Gillette Cups and 2 John Player Leagues.
Well, that's a credit to the team. You know, we had a very good team.
Yeah.
You know, very good captain, Jack Bond. Jack, I can't remember Jack doing anything on the pitch until he took that one catch at the Oval off Asif Iqbal. You know, we hardly saw him bat, or you know, he never bowled. But his man management was terrific. The way he held the teams together, the lads together. You know, there was Peter Lever, Ken Shuttleworth. There were no test players except Brian Statham and Ken Higgs. Ken Higgs later came on. And by the time myself and Clive finished, you know, we had David Lloyd, Barry Wood, Frank Hayes, Peter Lever, Ken Shuttleworth.
It was a team of internationals.
Yes,
almost.
Harry Pilling should have played, actually. You know, it was good enough. But we had a very, very good team. You know, David Hughes.
Yeah.
I mean, excellent bowler, great fielder. Jack Simmons, but you know.
That was one of the best Lancashire sides throughout time. Why didn't you win the championship?
Well, time and again, we were in the dressing room because of rain. I'm not looking for excuses here. But we were listening to Kent, Surrey, you know, all playing and getting points, whereas we were
watching the rainfall
and playing poker in the dressing room. I mean, this is one very funny incident. Cess Pepper was the umpire, and Frank Hayes and John Sullivan were the great poker players. They didn't play for big bucks or something, you know, just a little bit. And Cess Pepper wanted to get in the game, and he had 3 kings, and Frank Hayes had 3 aces, you know. And the bell went. Umpires had to go out, but Cess Pepper wasn't leaving his 3 kings alone. Anyway, I saw both the hands, and I thought this is getting out of hand.
Yeah.
So I said, Cess, you know, just show the cards, and, you know, because we got to go out on the pitch. And myself and Frank were batting, out batting. And as Cess Pepper lost, as we were walking out to the crease, I said to Frank, don't get the ball anywhere near your pads, you know. But this is what we enjoyed the game.
Yeah.
You know, there wasn't great money in the game. You know, we played, you know, when I joined Lancashire, and this is perfectly honest, I never even asked them how much they were going to pay me.
Really?
No.
It's not like you, Farooq.
No. We didn't have agents or anything like that.
No.
Because Tommy Hickson was the chairman.
Yeah.
He just said to me, Farooq, you'll be happy here with Lancashire. And I would have been very happy to get on par player, you know.
Did they find you, they put you up, found you a house locally?
They found me a house in, in Sale.
Timperley, were you?
Yeah, Timperley, yeah, and Sale. And that's where I became very friendly with George Best.
Oh, yeah.
George was one of my...
Well, the Indian playboy and the Mancunian
playboy. He had just come from Ireland.
Yeah.
You know, new boy from Bombay. He was a new boy from Dublin or Belfast or wherever, you know.
Yeah.
But George and I got very, very close. You know, we went to the same club, Blinkers. You know,
Yeah.
And it was good fun. He he enjoyed a good curry.
I'm sure. Yeah. You struck up a really good relationship,
very
friendship
good
with not only George, but with your Lancashire compatriot Clive Lloyd.
Indeed. Well,
I mean, you and Clive were inseparable when you played here.
Well, we were roommates.
Yeah.
You know, but the only...
We don't want any stories, Rookie, now.
Are you sure you don't want
Positive.
that one?
But Clive...
You know what I was going to say.
Clive was a phenomenal cricketer, wasn't he?
Bobby Charlton.
Oh, yeah.
Again, I got to know him very, very well. In fact, Matt Busby, Sir Matt Busby and Louis Edwards wanted to be the godfathers to my children.
Really?
You know, and in Bombay, we don't have godfathers and all that. So
No.
we didn't even, you know, I passed it off just very lightly. But I used to play golf with Bobby.
Yeah.
You know, quite often at Mir as well. And India and Pakistan were at war. And I was about to make this crucial putt. And Bobby said, Rookie. He was the one who gave me the name, Rookie. He said, have you heard about this war between your country and Pakistan? I said, yeah, but what a time to bring it up. I'm about to make a crucial putt. He said, well, just wondering if you had thought of going back home and helping your countrymen out, you know. I said, I'll go when the fighting gets near my village. And he said, which village do you come from? And I said, Oswald Twistle. Right in the heart of Lancashire. But I mean, when Bobby sadly passed away recently,
yes,
you know, I lost a very dear friend.
Yeah, yeah.
Because Bobby and Norma and myself and Judy used to,
yeah,
you know, socialize, you know,
yeah,
a bit. Great man indeed.
Very good.
What a great footballer. But these are the memories.
Some great memories.
Manchester. This is Manchester.
Yeah.
This was Manchester United. At Manchester City, there were Franny Lee, Mike Summerby.
Yeah, yeah.
You know, these are the
great times in the 70s, weren't they?
Great times.
They really were. Let's just steer back to cricket a little bit. You must, from the way you played and the flamboyant nature with which you batted, you must have loved watching England bat and the influence of Brendan McCullum on the England team in the last 18 months.
Yeah, but I don't see that as anything new. You know, the style of...
Well, you won't, because you played like that
I mean,
35, 40 years ago.
A half volley is a half volley. A long hop is a long hop. If you don't hit those balls, you're not going to score any runs. If you're not going to score any runs, you're not going to win any matches. You know, you're not going to put the opposition under pressure. So naturally, you know, whatever you get. But, yeah, in Test cricket, this is good. While it, you know, in T20, of course, that's the order of the day.
Farooq, there aren't many players of your generation, and you're well into your 80s now, who you could
I'm 86,
could comfortably say would fit into the modern game, and you are one of them. So you must have been a trailblazer in your day.
Well, I'd like to think so, but you never did it consciously. You know, it just came naturally, as you just said it earlier. I was never coached, and perhaps that was a great help. You know, you see the ball, hit it. My first aim was to get runs, to score runs, not to defend my wicket. If I could score runs whilst defending my wicket, you know, I'd rather do that. If the ball was absolutely unplayable, of course, you had to, you know, to block it. But I looked at it this way, that almost every ball a batsman can score a run, because there are gaps in the field. You just angle your bat here and there, and there are singles available. So, I mean, there's no need for people to play. I used to tell Jeff Boycott, you know, in Lancashire, Yorkshire games, I said, hit the ball, you're too good a player to be blocking, you know, everything. And the reply I used to get was, naught to do with thee. The man from Bombay, you know, didn't know what the hell that meant.
That's right.
But I got the brief here. But you know, he was a great player, Jeff Boycott. Don't get me wrong, because when he batted, I had to go really sideways. He was right behind the ball. Shows the greatness of a player.
Yeah.
You know, to see where the ball was coming and all that. So he was a great player indeed. I mean, he must have been to score all those hundreds and, you know, all those runs. But he could have scored them at a slightly quicker rate, I think. He was good enough.
You'd have found it more entertaining had he done so.
I would have found it more entertaining behind the stumps. But he was good enough to do it. That's the thing.
What about the great Indian players of the current generation?
There's some fabulous
Virat
players.
Kohli, how do you...
Oh, he's a great player. I mean, he's
Do you know him? Do you know him well?
Oh, yeah, very well, yeah. I mean, these guys are all grown up in front of us. Virat Kohli, Shreyas Iyer, who we, Lancashire have.
Well, I signed him when I was, and unfortunately dislocated his shoulder the day after we signed him.
I know.
I'd have loved to have seen him play here.
Well, I don't know. Is it off the thing?
No, not probably. But he's moved on a bit. I mean, he was still at that time 3 years ago. He was just finding his feet. He's now become a world star, hasn't he?
Yeah, I mean, he was always a very good player. Then Surya Kumar Yadav, have you come across him?
Yeah,
he's a phenomenal player. Although he's not, he comes in too late.
Yeah.
By the time he comes into bat, it's hardly in the limited overs games.
Yeah.
He hardly has 1 or 2 overs to go. So. But Rohit Sharma, Shubman Gill, Ishan Kishan, those are some very, very good players. And I think the Indian team at the moment is perhaps the strongest Indian team ever assembled collectively. Individually, there have been greater players.
You've been disappointed that they didn't manage to win the World Cup.
Well, they had a great spell.
They did.
They had a bad day at the office in the finals. They came across a side, that were superb, that out-captained, out-bowled, out-batted, outfielded India in every department. And they thoroughly deserve to win Australia. You can never write Australia off. They are such good competitors.
Do you still travel? Do you go back to India a lot?
I do indeed, yes. But I haven't been since COVID.
Oh, right.
Because one thing or the other. And of course, India is a country I love. I'm Indian through and through. I'm Lancashire through and through as well, and hugely proud to say so. But yes, indeed, my roots are very much in India. I don't have a house there or anything like that.
Right.
The property is, sky high there, absolutely.
Yeah.
So I mean, anyone listening, any offers coming from India?
Gifts of houses. Always welcome for Farooq. Farooq, it's been really good to chat to you. We've really, really enjoyed it.
As always.
You're a huge enthusiast. You're a Lancashire man through and through, as well as being an Indian, Mumbai individual and player through and through. It's been great.
May I thank you on behalf of Lancashire, because Lancashire have been they've honoured me.
Oh yes, with your suite in the new hotel.
And, the new hotel and all that. So I mean, it's
brilliant.
It's a huge honour.
Great stuff.
And you, myself, and Clive had a wonderful evening.
We did.
The other day together.
We did. We had a great time.
Let's hope we have many more.
I was going to say, let's hope that continues for a long time.
Sure,
Thank you very much indeed.
Thank you.
Two names rich in history. Bartons, our family-run business with over 100 years of experience in drinks distribution, and Lancashire Cricket, a club drenched in tradition, heritage and globally recognised moments. Since 1917, Bartons has been supplying the finest wines, soft drinks and premium beverages across the UK, partnering with world-class brands to bring unforgettable experiences to every occasion. Now, we're excited to announce we will be bringing that same passion to cricket fans at Emirates Old Trafford. As the official wine, spirits and soft drinks partner of Lancashire Cricket, we're elevating matchday experiences, hospitality and celebrations across the next 3 years. From the first ball to the final cheers, Bartons is here to make every moment one to savour. Keep an eye out for some familiar brands such as Guinness, Celavino, VK Hooch and Britvic. Bartons and Lancashire Cricket, partnership built on passion, unforgettable moments and history.
L is for the way you look at me. O is for the only one I see. V is very, very extraordinary.
Welcome to the opening day. Oh, that is a wonderful shot.
This is a call for hungry dreamers and hard-working self-believers. Success is down to more than just luck and talent. It's striving to be the best, breaking the boundaries and never giving up. Are you ready to become your best self? Are you ready to unlock your greatness? So what are you waiting for? This is Education Evolved. This is UA 92.
When I was a kid, there was no professional women's cricket. I didn't even think that women could be professional sports people.
Especially early on, it just didn't really seem like there was a career in it.
To support myself around cricket, I had to work at the petrol garage.
I was the only girl, so I stood out.
I'd love for young girls to be able to dream about being an athlete and it to be achievable.
Thanks to the Hilton funding my contract, it's allowed me to play the game that I love all day, every day.
We're like an engine and we need to be fuelled with the right gas.
Without funding, we can't be visible. You can't be what you can't see.
As a team, it feels like we're breaking boundaries.
Thunder and Lancashire always want to put women's cricket at the forefront, and now I think that's really shining through.
It's mad to think that without the Hilton funding, like, we wouldn't be playing cricket every day, training.
Well, we could be, but we wouldn't have any money.
We wouldn't, yeah, true.
I think the pace of the women's game and how far it's moved and how quickly it's moved is absolutely phenomenal. And I think not many people would have ever envisaged that it could have moved the way that it has done.
So you would never imagine seeing that type of crowd for a women's match when I used to go and watch Thunder play Blackpool in the KSL.
Just to see the growth of the game, it's a super exciting time.
Been here at Emirates Old Trafford in the indoor school over the winter. The first time ever as a women's team we've been able to have a really good training block here.
Today there's huge misogyny in cricket. There's huge casual sexism every single day.
I guess it's pretty entrenched. Women's cricket wasn't really on the agenda. Problems in cricket have been dominated by a very sort of small pool of white men, basically.
I think it's pretty clear there's a huge funding gap. A lot of stakeholders are going to have to really take a few brave decisions to get us where we need to get to.
As females, we don't want equal pay, we want equal opportunity, and that's what we're getting now at Lancashire.
Okay. I'm recording, so... Nice. 3, 2. The Charlotte Edwards Cup begins on Sunday, and it's going to be a very exciting competition.
It's a massive competition, you know, especially for our Thunder girls as well. After, you know, a relatively quiet showing in the 50 over competition, I think the coaches will be really pinpointing this competition to do something.
So the Charlotte Edwards Cup is our T20 domestic competition for our regional team.
Obviously named after the great Charlotte Edwards, who's strangely a coach in the tournament, so she's playing for her own name.
It's a round-robin competition, so each team plays each other once.
Then the top 3 get through to a finals day where top of the group go straight through to a final, and second and third play off in a semi-final.
I think, in a way, this season coming up could be quite pivotal for Thunder. I think they're at a point where they're going to try and show a little bit of something for the investment that's been put in.
The pressure's there at the end of the day, you know. We're putting in significant investment from the likes of Hilton and Sports Breaks, and the club are over-investing over and above what the ECB are putting in as a regional programme, and which to a level more than any other team. I mean, we're trying to develop a professional elite environment.
The fact that it is so much more visible that people know they can make good careers from it now, will engage the teenagers and even younger women than that to really get involved in the sport and drive it forward, which is an exciting thing for all of us involved.
A lot of teams were looking at us going, wow, they've been on this amazing pre-season tour. What are they going to be like?
Emma Lamb on strike.
You'll need 2 or 3 individuals to step up, and you need the team to function effectively as a unit.
Deandra Dottin tries to sweep, but completely misses, and the stumps are rattled.
With that investment and with that support comes increasing expectations.
Should be a catch here, straight to extra cover.
Maybe there's an element of trying to run before you can walk a little bit with it.
A big swing here, and this time she does connect. 1 bounce, and it's gone for 4. There's a field underneath, put down.
Actually, that motivation going into a new season is always really exciting and can set you up as a group to really start performing.
Prendergast will go for the single, shot at the stumps, and miss. And Western Storm are home.
And a warm welcome from Emirates Old Trafford Thunder team against the Blaze here in the Charlotte Edwards Cup. Kirsty Godden balls down the pitch comes leap and chipped right up towards mid-off, and Emma Lamb's gone.
What do we think is going wrong? Why aren't we winning these early games, you know? And there wasn't any one thing that we could put our finger on.
Ball, and she's looking to ramp that. It could be LBW. It is LBW. Throkelder's gone. She's gone for 22.
Returns for her 4th and final over. And Eccleston chips the ball back over her head, and Kelly takes the catch.
But ultimately, when you're playing at an elite level, then that pressure exists, you know, whether the additional funding is there or not. The reality dawns that that is what professional sport is.
Overcrossing and balls. That's chipped up towards mid-on. But not Thunder's day in the second match. There's some of the winning runs.
So I think there's an element of you put that support in, you put that investment in, right, start winning games. It just doesn't work like that, does it?
The better team, the stronger team across the piece won the match.
Good for you, Scott.
Okay. Well, Paul, what's your thoughts on today?
Yeah, it's we're disappointed, obviously, to lose the game.
Paul Holton with me on commentary for a bit today, and he said that it looked like a team that's not won all season against a team that's actually played quite well this season. Would that be a fair summary?
I think that's fair, yeah. I mean, we probably lacking a little bit of confidence at this point in time.
You're winless, obviously, so far this season in the Rachel and in, obviously, 2 matches in the Charlotte Edwards Cup. How disappointing is that? There was kind of a lot of optimism coming into this season, I think.
Yeah, look, we're disappointed. There's no doubt about that. That's the game, isn't it? And what we've got to do is we've got to keep building belief in the players and be ready, work hard and work smart and be ready come Saturday.
We always joke about Crosby having its own climate as well. Like every time we come, the weather's nice. First thing on a Sunday morning, it's like so quiet. Like it's early, but there's like nobody here. The first time we brought Maisie here, she thought the statues were real people, and then I was like, yeah, so did Charlie. Don't live far from here and grew up playing at Rainford Cricket Club in Liverpool Comp, which is all because of my brother, really. So, brother played both cricket and football, and I did the same because of him, really. So, opportunities-wise, I always just played boys and men's stuff, really. Yeah, it was brilliant, and Rainford they give me all the opportunities that they could, and played a little bit at school as well. And then obviously got picked up in the Lanc setup from sort of nine onwards. So yeah, played for many years, coming through the age groups, which was all women's stuff. I'm Ellie Threlkeld, wicketkeeper, batter and Thunder captain.
Oh, Ellie Threlkeld, an amazing skipper, fastest hands in the Northwest and in the whole country, I'd say. So I think behind the sticks as a wicket-keeper, she's a phenomenal talent.
You can't look past the skipper, Ellie Frelkeld. I think she's been brilliant over the last few years, you know, taking on the reins as skipper. It's never an easy job, especially with a young group like we've got.
She's, you know, a formidable individual. She's still so young and she's got such incredible leadership skills.
Ellie's great. Ellie is what we're about at Thunder. And it's challenging for her in terms of the pressure of keeping, captaining, batting in top middle order as well. So she's got a lot of pressure on her shoulders as well.
Played for Lancashire since the age of 9, I think, so a very long time. I've been part of the Thunder setup for 3 years now when it first was created. One of the first to receive a professional contract in 2020. And yeah, I've been part of the setup ever since and became captain 2 years ago. So yeah, would be my second season in charge. It's something I've always wanted to do. I think I've done it a lot at age group cricket. When we found out Alex Hartley was stepping down, it was not really talked about a lot for a long period of time, and it was sort of myself, Georgie Boyce, a couple of other players were getting opportunities to do the leadership roles on the pitch, and it was mentioned to me that it might be possible, and I sort of gave it everything from my end and said I really want to do it. But yeah, I remember the moment Shawsey told me, and I just couldn't really believe it, to be honest. I think obviously I was only 23, and yeah, it's pretty young to be able to do it, and I think since then I've done everything I can to sort of get better and to try and impact the group as much as I can.
I think a captain in cricket does have a lot of responsibilities. There's decision making, obviously there's a lot of input from a coaching team beforehand, but on-field decision making of if the game plan's not going quite how you wanted it, who's coming on to bowl next. You've got a foot in both camps in a way that you're working with the coaches around selection, and then you're also part of the team like everyone else.
All the support we're getting from Lancashire's absolutely brilliant. Hilton have been amazing, and yeah, likewise other sponsors have as well, and I don't think we'd be able to be going on pre-season tours and funding extra professional players without their help, but there becomes a point where yeah, we've got to give back as a team, and all the support we're getting, it's got to translate to results on the pitch. Hello.
Hello.
How are you?
Very well, how are you? I know.
The women's game, the growth has been magnificent, really. I think it's been a rapid pace of change, but it's also on a journey where you kind of just know it's still got so much further to go.
The game will only get better in quality if women can be given the opportunity to have 12-month contracts, to train in the way that the men do, to completely focus on cricket, and that it's the money.
Exactly. We needed to do more, we wanted to do more. I think one of the things that we've always been guilty of is wanting to run before everybody else wanted to walk. You know, we can go and drive additional commercial sponsorship, but we need some more from the governing body. The governing body can achieve that if it actually recognises that by going and doing a broadcast deal or getting a big title domestic sponsor for the Charlotte Edwards Cup trophy, that would be game-changing, because that would fill that gap that would enable the women's pro structure to pay what it needs to pay and do what it needs to do to really compete and grow.
I think in terms of where the women's game is right now, I think we're only scratching the surface of the potential actually, and I think it's going to take a real collaborative effort across the whole of the professional game network. So that's all of our partners, so that's whether it's the first class counties, the national counties, commercial partners. It really does have to work together in a cohesive way to sort of rise the whole tide.
We are, as the ECB, over-investing in the women's game at the moment relative to the direct commercial returns that we create from it. That's partly because we believe it's just the right thing to do, because ultimately where we're trying to get to is a self-sustaining economy where we build the audience, we create the value, we're able to pay players what we'd like to be paying them.
Stop treating the domestic game as a performance sport. It is a commercial elite sport. There will be a way of doing that if there's a will.
In terms of women's domestic cricket, we are very much in our infancy, I guess, in terms of establishing that as a broadcast product. I think it's something that I am optimistic about in the future as to where that will sit.
I genuinely have always just wanted what's best for our women's professional squad and what's right for our women's professional squad. You know, it isn't our job to make the life easy for the ECB and others. It's our job to to be on a journey and do what's right by our women's professional squad.
I think for me, the most important thing about cricket and my love for it came from the friendships that I developed. You know, started playing cricket with Kate Cross at an incredibly young age, at 12 years old, and she's been my ride or die ever since. And, you know, friends that I've made throughout the game have obviously been my rock through my darkest times, but cricket for me is just the most incredible sport.
For me, nothing in my life will ever beat the 2017 World Cup final at Lord's, and we won it. And then you almost think, how does it get better than that? That's the high. Your dreams have come true. And then you lose your England contract and you go, who am I? Who have I become?
Right, so Alex, we'll start with the intro questions, so they're some nice and easy ones for you. So first is your name and your role.
I'm Alex Hartley, former Thunder.
Straight into the hands of deep mid-wicket. Kate Cross with the catch.
Ragadoosh, baby. Time for a batting clinic now. Oh, I don't like that one.
Alex Hartley, World Cup winner, just an absolute firecracker of a player, really good fun.
Oh, they're having sex. Oh no, it's not, it's dead.
The moment she came back to training again, it was fantastic. She just brought an energy, a keenness, a directness about her as well.
Brilliant start from Alex Hartley.
Alex, left arm spinner, enthusiastic player, absolute cricket nut, loves getting involved in everything cricket.
Alex Hartley, one of my oldest and longest friends, the heartbeat of many teams, and one of the reasons that I fell back in love with the game.
I was pulling my hair out, my eyelashes out. I had a breakdown on my mum. Couldn't remember the last time I laughed. Couldn't remember the last time I smiled. And I was coming back from cricket training. I was miserable. I cried every single day. And had to start therapy because I didn't know what else to do. And I really had hit rock bottom of just going back to that dark place that I was in 2019. Therapy for me got me through the summer of my last summer of playing cricket, and I'm really glad I did that, really glad that I got through that, because if I'd have retired at the lowest of lows that I was at and in a really dark place, I think I would have hated cricket forever. But through therapy, I got to play another season with the Thunder Girls, I got to play in the 100, and I retired quite proud of what I've achieved in my life.
Beautiful day here at Emirates Old Trafford, and we are starting, of course, with the Thunder against the Sunrisers. Delighted to say that I'm joined by Lancashire's Sophie Eccleston. Great to have you with us. As you say, it's not quite gone according to plan so far. Have you been able to really sort of put your finger on where things are going wrong for you?
I think we just need to be a bit clearer on bowling plans, to be honest. I think we should bowl a bit straighter. I think we've been a bit wayward with our lines recently. Get a few, have someone like Lammy to go big today and get some runs on the board.
Ellie, thanks very much for speaking to us. You've just had the toss. What's the verdict?
We're going to have a bowl today. Yeah, lost the toss, so we're in the field. Hey girls, all I ask is we sit here after this innings, we've given everything, okay? Energy for 20 overs, do the basics really well, all straight. Come on.
After the tough start, I had concern, definitely. You know, I've kind of staked my team's name on really supporting and getting behind this group.
The consequence of people not performing is, you know, those opportunities aren't there anymore.
I think there was pressure, maybe that played a part.
Kate Cross to bowl the first. Cross strikes, wicket with the second ball of the match.
But I know we are good enough, but we're just not showing it on the pitch.
Here's Cross bowls. She cleared extra cover, Lamb running backwards. Norris coming into the attack.
Villiers sliced away and caught. Second wicket to fall, 28 for 2.
That's gone high, more height than distance, I reckon. Should be gone. Is gone. Straight to Deandra Dottin. Gardner, the new batter. Here's Lamb in and balls. That's driven for 4. 2 balls left. Oh, and bowls. This is excellent by Ditani. Really good couple of overs at the death here for Thunder. And that will be, I think, a really, really happy Thunder dressing room. It's all about the batters now. Job done.
That game really felt like it was the first time that everything was coming together. We bowled really well, and you could see the confidence of the girls was through the roof as well. And it felt like if we could nail the second innings, then we were really onto something.
There's pressure there, but the team went in believing. You really backed us. You know, the team walked out and you thought, yeah, we can do this.
So here we go. Liberty Heap and Emma Lamb heading out to bat. A lot of pressure on Emma Lamb if she can get off to a good start.
Kopak to open up the bowling from the Jimmy Anderson end. It's flashed away to mid-wicket. Nicely played by Emma Lamb. Well, it's a ferocious looking shot. It appears to me to be a marked improvement in running between the wickets. Oh, that's a skyer. Could be caught. Probably should be caught. Oh no, put down. 49 without loss. A run away from a 50 partnership for the first wicket between Emma Lamb and Liberty Heap.
And drives down the ground, and that's going to bring up a half-century partnership.
Kelly Castle coming into the attack.
Lamb looks to sweep, and she's gone. LBW, big blow. First wicket to fall. That's the first breakthrough for the Sunrisers. Emma Lamb out.
Side in the air, caught, out, and that is the end of Morris. She's gone for 7.
Oh, she's been bowled, out for 46. Frustration for Liberty Heap. Fine effort with the bat. Dottin comes down the pitch. It's another monster hit for 6 for Deandra Dottin. Just need 2 more to win. Yeah, here she comes down the pitch. Heaved away into the onside. They're up and running. Their first victory of the season. They've beaten the Sunrisers here at Emirates Old Trafford.
Happy captain. Happy captain. Girls, I just want to say I'm really proud of us. I think we talked about creating our own energy, and I thought that's the best I've seen us out there. I thought the bowlers were outstanding, and I think to turn around what we've done to that today, it's a great effort. And sitting in now, it feels good, doesn't it? So I think hang on to that, and we go again for the next one.
The defeat the other day, that we've got to stick together, and that's what you did. It was absolutely brilliant. I would have thought you'd won every game you'd played so far. So, fucking well done. You deserve this. You deserve it.
It means so much. It means so much. It means so much to me, the staff, and everyone in here. So, cheers to you all. Thanks. Let's have many, many more beers that taste like this. Well done.
I think still when people think of cricket in this country, they think of the men's game. We're still working to get the women's game up to that level in the public consciousness.
The men's game has too much cricket at the moment. We all know the schedule is congested and it impacts performance. The women's game is entirely different. The women's game is in a different phase and it's hungry. It needs as much cricket as possible.
Women have been put on small club grounds with not great facilities. We're obviously a long way off gender pay parity, and that has to be the ambition that women's cricket can bring in enough revenue and stand on its own 2 feet that women can get paid what they're worth.
And I will always fight for the cricket girls. You know, I want them to be paid more. I think they should be paid more. You shouldn't have people having to live with friends just so they can try and save money for a house. I think they should be paid enough to be able to save money.
In terms of equal pay, the ambition is obvious. We want to end up there. Things like the 100 and domestic cricket, 100 is that both teams are doing exactly the same thing. They're playing a 100-ball match. The sponsors are massively interested in the women's game. We've got to close that gap.
We absolutely want to get to a position where salaries for male and female cricketers are equal. Now, we could put all of that investment in salaries. That might give you equal pay. But what that wouldn't make is equal pay a sustainable outcome from a system that you've built. It would just be something that you've chosen to prioritise at that moment in time.
Funding is always going to talk, money always talks, but if you have these investments from organisations, you know, such as Chilton, such as Sports Breaks, then it does mean that you can just do that bit more, and every 1%, 2%, 3% is going to help develop a side and give them that sort of confidence and the ability to go forth and be the best team they can be.
We are in catch-up mode, so I think it's unrealistic to say, right, we're going to equalise everything tomorrow just like that. There are things that need to be built in, and there's changes both in terms of, there are procedural things that we need to change as well around that. So it's investment, it's mindset, it's culture. But look, I think fundamentally the biggest thing within all of this is leadership. We need strong leaders in the game at every level, both at ECB and within our regions, within our first-class counties, within our national counties, that believe in presenting men and women, boys and girls, and with equal opportunities moving forwards.
We're possibly getting closer to it than we would have been a couple of years ago. I think it's a conversation that is in the public domain, certainly more than it ever was. A lot of stakeholders are going to have to really take a few brave decisions to get us where we need to get to.
When I wasn't at school or playing netball or doing any other activity, I was always down here playing. I'm Kate Cross and I'm a Thunder bowler.
Do you see yourself as a trailblazer?
No, yes, but no, it's not. You know, you don't sign up to... I wasn't playing cricket down here to be a trailblazer. I think naturally, just the way that my journey has been, it's had to be that way.
Kate Cross, England bowler, really smart and engaging, and a great follow on social media. And she has a podcast with Alex Hartley, which is essential listening for a cricket fan, I'd say.
Kate, opening bowler, definitely getting up there in the batting stakes. Real leader on the field and off the field, and has broken down a lot of boundaries.
She's got a very good impact on the players. They can see her professionalism, and that's probably the word I'd use a lot, is her professionalism.
She definitely has been a role model, I think, and future players have followed, and in the main, the vast majority have gone on to be international players.
Kate, it's Lancashire Thunder's first training session today. How excited are you to get started?
Oh, massively excited. I always get a real buzz when I come through the gates at Old Trafford, and I think it's making it very real now. It's really nice to be here, and I'm looking forward to get going now.
Kate and the whole Cross family are fundamental to Haywood Cricket Club. I'd actually finished playing for the first team when Kate made her debut, but was at the ground when she did it. And you know, I think the whole club is just proud of what Kate's done. She's a great role model for the club. You know, there's a lot more females and girls wanting to play cricket at Haywood and the surrounding clubs just because of Kate and what she's achieved.
I think Kate paints or embodies that vision of women's cricket, how it's moved on from those real amateur days of how you have to fight and earn your place in an academy and then in England. Her journey now would be easier, and that's the brilliant thing. And I think the legacy of someone like a Kate is that these changes come in. So nowadays they'd be coming into a county age group set up at Lancashire, set up into one of our emerging player programmes, and then into the academy, and then into the Thunder setup.
Kate was a 15-year-old girl bowling in the nets, and this coach said, Stanley, just come and have a look at this girl. And I went there without any sort of preconceived ideas, went and looked at a ball over the balcony, and straight away I could tell that there was a player there of some real quality. She had this just late swing and delivered the ball in such a way that was really quite a powerful indication of her future potential. So I made up my mind there and then that she would be part of the academy, and I had no regrets. My only regret is that I was just so blinkered.
Yeah, I mean, there was always comments. It was just such an easy thing for people to talk about. I wasn't put off by it, and I know that some girls could be and have been. And I think that's what is so brilliant about the stage that we're in at the minute with the women's game. I think the fact that there's now a real pathway for girls, a lot more women's cricket clubs as well, or cricket clubs that have women's teams as part of it. I think that's really powerful, that girls know that there's a definitive pathway to make it to Lancashire or to Thunder, and which I was just playing cricket. I just wanted to play as much as possible, and the opportunities kind of fell at my feet without me really realising that it would be kind of life-changing.
So success for Thunder. So there'll be a great sense of relief, I'm sure, amongst the Thunder players. That will be a much happier dressing room now.
That first win, I just remember being so happy and relieved that we'd got that under our belts. People talk so much about how important momentum is in cricket, and I knew that this would be brilliant for us to then kick on and hopefully go further.
From where we'd come from, with confidence felt really low. You just didn't know where a win was going to come from.
I think it was belief more than anything. I think once you get that first win, or you have that performance personally, that can change the whole dynamic of the group.
We want them to be as successful as they can be. We're on this journey with them because we want them to realise their full potential.
The whole development has been brilliant for us to watch from the sidelines and, you know, support as best we can.
That's the kind of game and performance and result that can just really turn things around.
Welcome along, looking forward to this. So here we go, Liberty Heat on strike.
That's in the air and she gets one. And that is 50 for Emma Lamb.
Bang, have a bit of that, Deandra Dottin.
This should be a run out, and it is.
And caught.
Like in any sport, if you can find a way to win, it just improves everyone's mood, and all of a sudden, potentially, you see a little bit of confidence rise, you see a little bit of belief come back into the players.
The first wicket of the Thunder innings. The wicket was much needed now. They might get it here. It's gone high in the air, and it has been taken. It's 4 more to the total. Roll away for 4 runs, just bouncing up over the rope.
This is where we are in the hard world of professional elite sport. There are no hiding places. It does matter. This is very important to everybody at the club.
If they can get a good win here, they can go past the Vikings. 4 runs, perfect start for the Thunder. A ramp shot, that goes away for 4 runs. Strong contributions with the bat from the Thunder. What can they produce with the ball? Brilliant from Trelkau. Bowled off stump, Olivia Bell. Another crucial wicket for Thunder. It's hit back at her. What a catch that is from Tara Norris.
Something special could happen here, because just a little bit of momentum, a few wins put together, and you're starting to think, you know what, maybe they could actually go on and reach finals day.
So here we go, we're at Blackpool Cricket Club. It's a do or die in the Charlotte Edwards Cup for Thunder. Need a victory here against the Diamonds to reach finals day.
Keep it really, really simple. Enjoy the moments, enjoy the pressure. When the pressure gets hot on them or us, enjoy both teams going through it and learn in the moment. Okay? Make smart decisions and keep it simple. Good luck.
Go well.
Let's have a quick word with Ellie.
Yeah, lost the toss and yeah, we're going to have a ball.
Equation is simple, isn't it? You've got to win here, and ideally you've got to win well this afternoon.
I'm actually really proud of the girls, the way they've turned the comp around. I think losing the first 2 and then to be in this position today, like, and we've got a bit of momentum now, so hopefully that'll help us out today. Must-win game, but every game's been a must-win game, okay? Nothing changes. These are the days where we do all that hard work in that indoor centre form, okay? Smile, enjoy it, relax, do the basics well, yeah? start fast, give everything for 20 overs, right?
Thunder are going to bowl first, and here we go with a slip in place. If they win the match, they give themselves a chance of reaching Saturday's final. Strike rate of 122. Early breakthroughs for the Thunder could be important with that in mind. It's just glanced away off the pads out towards mid-wicket. Thompson waits, drives it towards mid-on and caught. It's driven and caught. Second wicket in the over for Tara Norris. He could go up to bowl the third over. Gets another wicket. Heath has gone. Morris strikes. Oh, that's a beauty from Bell. It's down towards long on. It is out. Datani takes the catch. Next batter out. And she's going for another big hit. Plenty of height, not much distance. Might be caught. Is.
Fantastic with the ball, Lancashire. Terrific work, wasn't it, Ellie? You must be absolutely delighted with that.
Yeah, I'm really pleased. I think the bowlers were outstanding. Kept the stumps in play for as long as possible, and yeah, got through their top order. And but yeah, half a job's done. We just got to do the second half even better now.
They're going to need a little bit of luck in this afternoon in making sure that they chase this down now.
There's a bonus point up for grabs.
Yeah,
we'll know that they'll have to win it inside the certain number of overs left, and if they can do that, then Saturday becomes a fantastic afternoon for them. So here we go. So they've got 97 to get inside 16 overs. The ball's hit firmly away. Heap comes down the pitch, hammers the ball away. Could be caught. Is. Sophie Morris takes guard from the umpire. Well, I'm afraid the news from Sedbergh School isn't good. The match has been abandoned. To the credit of the ground staff and the umpires, they've left it as long as they possibly could to see if there was any break in the weather. We did have quite a period, maybe a good 45 minutes or so, where there was no rain and the ground staff were mopping up. The inspections were taking place because, of course, we could have had even a 10 over per side match, but with the latest rain coming in, and as you can see, the people leaving the ground with umbrellas up and the rain jackets on, and it's absolutely tipping it down now. It's probably as heavy as it has been since this morning, and the umpires making that decision that there's no play possible on this opening Metrobank One Day Cup fixture. So I'm afraid no cricket today from Sedbergh School. Both these two sides take 2 points each, with the game being abandoned, and they will try again in their group campaign in the coming days. Lancashire have got themselves a little bit of a road trip coming up, actually, with away games featuring up at York next Tuesday, and then trips down to Somerset and to Sussex as well, all on the way. So Lancashire heading for a little bit of a road trip in the One Day Cup with away fixtures coming up, but they take 1 point. 2 points from this fixture. The next time Lancashire's men's side are in action at home will be towards the back end of August, actually, when they take on Durham at Liverpool, followed by Warwickshire at Liverpool, and then Middlesex at Emirates Old Trafford. So it's away games next for Lancashire in this One Day Cup campaign. So sadly, the weather's the winner here. A good crowd as well inside the venue here at Sedbergh School, but unfortunately sitting patiently waiting for some good news. But sadly, the rain is the winner. The match has been abandoned. Thank you for your patience. We'll catch you again soon.
(1864). We were first class then, and we're first class now. With a dream to spread cricket through Lancashire's towns, where girls and boys, with willow and leather, become more than a badge, but the red rose together.
A club where more than legends are made, but friendships, obsessions, moments, replayed on our screens, in our minds, in our hearts forever. Because it's who we are, our DNA, the Red Rose together.
Statham, Briggs, Jimmy, Freddie and Joss, Chappie, Sir Clive Lloyd, Carol Hodges, Kate Cross. What a roll call. It's a hard one to measure, with future names still to be written on the Red Rose together.
We're all about people. It's what the Red Rose really means. Yeah, the ones signing autographs, but the ones behind the scenes.
Our community, grassroots, the ones that feel tethered. Whether you're from here or belong here, we're the Red Rose together.
And what about this place? Talk about world-class venues, internationals, gigs, events. You can choose from a menu of triumph, of disaster, of pain, or pleasure.
We've seen it all at Emirates Old Trafford, with the Red Rose together.
Red ball, white ball, lightning and thunder.
Have you ever sat back? Have you ever just wondered how far we've come? The storms we've weathered, or how far we'll go as the Red Rose together.
Is for the way you look at me. O is for the only one I see. V is very, very extraordinary.
This is a call for hungry dreamers and hard-working self-believers. Success is down to more than just luck and talent. It's striving to be the best, breaking the boundaries and never giving up. Are you ready?